fragrances in my collection. As you can see here, I've been getting a couple of requests to see my entire collection, so I thought, here we go. This is the longest ASMR fragrance video of all time. The only one that I think who's going to be able to beat it is probably me in the future. This are hundreds of fragrances, 6-something hours. This is not my full collection. I apologize. I still have 60 or 70 unwrapped and in their boxes that I have yet to get to. But if you like these types of videos, hit subscribe, stick around, because we're going to be going through that and more, all on the pursuit of fragrances, relaxation, and sleep. Let's begin. Okay, so before we even get started, I wanted to show you this. This is all tester strips. I don't know how many there are, like hundreds, and we're going to be testing a lot of fragrances. Like probably over 300, so I'm excited about that. Also, there's going to be a lot of new fragrances in here that we have not covered, so people who have been with me for a while, there's going to be new stuff in here. Most especially, we're going to be reviewing, or not reviewing, testing, I guess, and reviewing too, but almost every single Cuba fragrance. And more. So, probably doing that like in the second hour, but yeah, this is long so y'all can fall asleep and whatnot, but come on back. Like, try to remember where you are and come on back, because this is just so much. Let's get into it. So the first thing that I can do is confirm that Jovan's musk is drop proof. I was thinking, how many of these fragrances am I going to drop? And it was literally the first one that I moved. Built very sturdy. This is Jovan's musk. So this is basically a $4, no, not that cheap, like a $10 fragrance. Jovan's musk, 3 ounces. It's actually pretty good. It's kind of just like pure musk, masculine smelling. It really doesn't have a whole lot of teeth. Probably like 90s kind of ish. Think about that. Kind of fresh, almost like a, what do they call those? A car. Yeah, I guess a car fragrance, but like, one of those car smell things, or even those things that you have like at the car wash. It's kind of what it smells like, kind of like musky, piney, a little bit masculine. Now, I didn't really like this one when I was reviewing them. I was basically reviewing a whole lot of fragrances that were either like 80s or 90s, and it fit really well, but just very simple fragrance, but it's not bad, especially for the price. Second, this is its cousin, and this is a white musk, and I actually remember this one being very good, but I don't completely remember it, so I'm going to test it. Give it 2 spray. I probably shouldn't be doing 2 sprays if I'm going to test 300 fragrances, but remember, always let it dry for a second before you smell it, because it's just going to be flat alcohol when you dry it. Yeah, this is musk, but like it adds in a little bit of fruitiness and a little bit of playfulness. It's a lot better. It's a huge improvement. And it might actually be cheaper than Jovan's musk. It might actually be less expensive. More nuanced, but a little bit more feminine. So if you're looking for like just straight masculine musk, go with the original there. But I like Jovan's musk, white musk, a little bit better. Okay. That got those and featured those on a unboxing video or a fragrance haul. This next one, This is Power by 50 Zen. Never featured in a video. I actually wanted to feature this one in a video. I got this just for a video, and the video was going to be a second edition, if you will, of my fragrance video. I bought the oldest fragrances and wore it until I got a compliment, and I recommend going to check out that video. It's a good video, I think, but I bought this because I wanted to make another fragrance video where it was I bought the cheapest fragrance and wore it till I got compliments. I got this guy for $3 out the door, and you can't. I mean, it probably cost $3 just to make, so they were really getting rid of it. 50 Cent. Maybe you don't like his music, maybe you don't like his movies. Maybe some of you didn't even know he did movies, but you gotta respect the man and his accomplishments. So let's put this on a tester strip. It's actually pretty good for those of you who are looking for like a gym cologne, because it's super fruity off the bat. You know, it kind of smells a little bit like Acqua di Gio, not without the salty notes. Just like a huge blast of fruitiness in the bergamot. It kind of smells a little bit like Acqua di Gio and Invictus, as weird as that is. It's really odd, but like super soapy. I think could pass as like a shower gel. It's actually pretty good. I don't know if I'd go and, I don't know if I'd ever get compliments on it, but I'm a fan for $3. I mean, they practically pay you, so I'm actually pretty happy to have this in my collection. I've never worn it out, but I like it. Okay, let's go on. Alright, this next one needs no introduction. Guess Green. One of my favorite fragrances of all time. I love the bottle, love the design. If you can't tell, this is a spring, summertime fragrance. It has opening notes of wormwood. Has a vibrant, floral, woodsy kind of fragrance to it. This fragrance is so freaking good. I cannot tell you how good this fragrance is. I'm thinking about doing a video. I probably will. On fragrances that are so good. I have multiple of, backups. And this would be number one. Everywhere I go that I see this fragrance, I grab a spare. You can get them right now, at least I did, at Ross. They have these kits where you can get the body wash as well. So it's the fragrance and the body wash for like $15. Like, you really can't beat it. Next, again, like the Jovan thing, its cousin, Guess Gold. Has the same opening notes. Wormwood, anyways, a little bit of woodsiness. Let's go ahead and put it on a tester strip because I don't remember quite as much what it smells like. I swear I've sprayed that before, I don't know. I guess it's just chilling. It's got that kind of plastic. Yeah, I think they look pretty cool. Yeah, so this is kind of much more of a sensual, seductive kind of take on it. This is a date night, unisex, very feminine leaning. My biggest complaint about, and it smells a lot like a shower gel, like just super clean. My biggest complaint about it is just the fact that it doesn't perform very well, doesn't last or project very well. So, but it's a good one nonetheless. Okay, next. Jaguar. This is Jaguar's classic black. I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. I saw a Reddit one time. Every time I say Reddit on one of these videos, someone in the comments is like, oh god, I got a Reddit guy here. Reddit. Listen, it's just a forum with normal people. Like, it's not evil. There are some decent ideas out there, trust me. I saw on a Reddit post one time, name your most hated fragrance. And this person had the absolute gall to say, every car cologne. Really? Every car cologne? Bentley, Intense, Men, gonna come up later. Mercedes, Ferrari, Lamborghini, all good. Jaguar, awesome. This is the, I guess you could say, executive fragrance. Now I will say, Jaguars, they're cheap, like 10-15 bucks. Sporty, do not last long, 2 to 3 hours tops. And they don't project very well either, but this is your quintessential manly fragrance. Some fruity notes, musk, patchouli in the base. This is not a workout fragrance. This is an executive. This is a dad fragrance. I'll be coming up with another video for gift ideas. This might be on there. This is a dad fragrance. This is that when you're growing up and your father wears this, just dad fragrance. It smells like, aftershave or Old Spice. That's what this is. It's bold. It's beautiful. Like 12 bucks. Whoever said that all car fragrances are awful, you should be ashamed. And then we have its cousin, Jaguar Gold. Think about this as like Herbapura. That's how I remember this guy. Again, doesn't necessarily perform that well. We're actually going to spray this one because I love this one. Again, you're looking at, $10 fragrance. Maybe a little bit more. I can't remember what I got them for, but they're real cheap. It's just electrifying. It's floral, it's sweetness, it's sugariness and powderiness, almost like a fun dip kind of thing. It's just a super blast in the face with red fruits and bergamot and citrus. It revitalizes you, it energizes you, it just gets you going. This is a clubbing fragrance. This is playful. Springtime summer fragrance. Perfumey, but not feminine. Just high energy, high sugar, high sweetness. Really good, really strong stuff. I need to actually go and get the rest of the Jaguar collection to complete mine, but they're all around the same price, and I've heard that these are the two best ones. That's why I chose them. So, okay. Next, we have a new one. Armo's Odyssey, Mandarin Sky. I do not like this design of the bottle. It looks nice, right? This is leather, or pleather, as you can see. Maybe you can hear that. But I'm gonna tell you why I don't like this. Watch this. Watch what happens when I try to take the cap off. It comes right out and then almost dislodges and falls. And now, in my opinion, it looks like a propane tank. So, I'm going to show you this. This is the leatherette. won't stay in, and every time I try to take off the cap, it just comes right out. And then what happens when I pull hard? The cap comes off, the bottle drops, and then I'm stuck here holding this like an idiot. So this was a swing and a miss for Armo as far as the design is concerned. Now, Mandarin Sky makes it sound like it's a really summer, spring kind of happy fragrance. And it is. It is a happy fragrance, but this is a complex fragrance. I've compared it to Fame by Paco Rabanne. Very much a unisex, feminine fragrance. Sugary, sweet. I have never tried Jean Paul Gaultier's Scandal, but it's supposed to be a clone of Scandal. And you know what? I'll spray it again. You can tell the Mandarin Sky because it does have quite a boost of citrus when it first comes out, but the thing that I did not particularly like about it is, get past the citrus, it smells just like lotion or a sunscreen or both. It does not smell like a fragrance to me. Now here's the thing though, I'll be honest with you. There are some fragrances out there that I try that I do not like, and then after wearing them, I actually come around to, this is one of those fragrances. Did not like this guy when I first tried it. I shouldn't say I didn't like it. I tested 6 of them, and I think this one came in second to last or last. Wasn't that I hated it, but it was definitely not my cup of tea. When I put it on my skin, I mean, even as I'm sitting here smelling it on the tester strip, it just takes me to the beach. It's sunscreen, and sunscreen, in my opinion, has never smelled good. Like, it smells medicinal, and when I put it on my arm and applied it to skin, it settled down very different. It projected, and I gotta tell you, I really enjoyed it. So it's a $25 offering and a clone of a $60, $70 fragrance. So, like, it's not gonna save you a boatload of money, but the projection was good, and the performance was good, and on skin, it was very different. So, Armo, Mandarin Sky. I do give it a recommendation, but I'm excited to let it macerate and change a little bit. And what that means is, it just let it sit there, and as it sits there, the fragrances and the oil will come together with the alcohol and change and not be as harsh and be more well blended. So if you get a fragrance, particularly a cheaper one, that you don't like, don't touch it. Leave it on a shelf somewhere for 5 or 6 months. Come back, and it'll probably be different. And if you don't like it then that's pretty much it. You don't like it. So, and that particular fragrance at Armo is a month old, so I know that it's a little extra harsh. Okay. Next. My other new guys. Rassi Choo. After trying, Rassi was, which is, I think, arguably one of the best blues fragrances out there. And it's original too. It's really nice, really pleasant. Expensive though. I wanted more Rassi, so I got a couple more, and this was the first one that I got. And I gotta tell you something. People are not a huge fan of about this fragrance, and I'll tell you why. This is a dated fragrance profile. I've never seen the two compared online before I got it. Maybe that's just because people are not familiar with Bichon, but this fragrance here, in my mind, is almost identical to Bichon. If I were to smell this on someone, I would say, oh, that's Bichon. Bichon used to be a fragrance, it still is, but in the 80s, in the 90s, maybe even a little earlier, was a designer fragrance that went for over $300. A Middle Eastern fragrance. Back when they were, back in those days, the Middle Eastern fragrances were the expensive fragrances. Now you see the clones and cheap fragrances, but not then. So, a lot of stars used to wear Bichon, and the fragrance itself had over 90 notes. This is very similar to it, except this is $16 or $17, and you can get Bichon actually now for less than $30 as well. So, people don't like it, but it is I heard it best when someone said this, it is a fragrance heads fragrance. People who are super into fragrances, they like it because it's unique. And when you're into fragrances, you get so sick and tired of seeing the same profile. Bergamot in the top notes, patchouli in the base, and some sort of violet in the middle. You just want to see something different, so enter Choo. It does have applicability somewhere. The next one is Darige. Again, another Rassi fragrance. Now, Darige, I was very complimentary of Darige. Again, you're talking about a $20 fragrance. A blues fragrance. A sophisticated fragrance. A complex fragrance despite its fruity openings. The thing about Darige is it has nothing in it that is offensive. So, there's no leather, there's no tobacco. If you work in some place that it's always, don't wear fragrances, or this person gets a migraine. If you have a partner that's very picky about fragrances, if you yourself are very picky about fragrances, try Darige, because it's just a good, solid, clean fragrance. It doesn't project the highest. It doesn't perform the longest. I tried it with 3 other fragrances and it was the worst one. But you're going to get about 2 hours, and it's fruity. It's musky. It's masculine. But it's light. And I think sometimes subtlety is beautiful, and that is Darige. Very, very subtle. Very, very subtle. Awesome. Next. We have Spectre Wraith. Spectre Wraith is the sequel to the absolutely failed Spectre Ghost. Spectre Ghost, I don't remember what that was a clone of, but it did such a bad job of it, it doesn't really matter. Was it Lalique? It could have been a Lalique fragrance. Anyways, this is from French Avenue, distributed by Fragrance World. The Middle Eastern fragrances are super into firearms and bullets for design, so you have a nice little 45 caliber round right there, and sleek design. Now, Spectre Wraith is a clone of a fragrance that I don't remember the name of. It's by Killian. Killian's Black Phantom, I believe, is what it is. And it is a boozy fragrance. Let's spray it. fast and loose here. I'm almost spraying my fingers. You can never go back once you spray your hand by mistake. Okay. Incredible. Actually, it's an incredible atomizer. I love these fragrances, these pressurized atomizers. And it makes sense. It costs the manufacturer a little bit more money, but when you spray something with a pressurized atomizer, you get more of the product, meaning it's going to empty faster, meaning they have to buy more of your product. I don't know why people don't all use better quality atomizers. So, Wraith is just a super boozy, like super boozy. You can go watch my full review of it, but yeah, it's sweet, it's boozy. It's kind of like if you mix together maybe like a chocolate and scotch and maybe like a black cherry or something, like a really deep tonal note. It's not, definitely is not something that I would say is the most incredible fragrance that I've ever tried, but it's also something that I wouldn't say is not worth picking up. I think it is. I think it's worth picking it up for the current price point, but if you don't like deeper fragrances, if you don't like boozy fragrances, like, don't get it, because that is basically what it is. Good performance, but for the love of God, do not wear this in any other time other than at night in bars or like during winter, because in spring and summer it's gonna be awful. Never wear this during one of those months. Okay. My left leg is officially asleep, so we're really going now. Blue Seduction. One of my very first fragrances by the house of Antonio Banderas. I believe Antonio Banderas is probably one of, if not the most underrated fragrance houses out there. His stuff is great. It does not perform the best. It does not project the best. But for its price of anywhere from $10 to $30, and big bottles, perfect car fragrance, perfect house fragrance, home fragrance, spray yourself hanging around home. You don't want to waste the expensive stuff on that, obviously. So this, if memory serves correct, was thought to be the male version of light blue, and the same guy, that designer of light blue for women, designed Blue Seduction for Antonio Banderas. I don't know why I sprayed it. I could tell you what it sprays like, but I'll tell you what it smells like. It's like a super strong hit of lemon and bergamot, and I don't think there's grapefruit in there, but it also wouldn't surprise me if there was. Super fruity off the top. As it sits and develops, it gets a little bit more floral and a little bit woodsier. I don't know if women like this, but when I was a teenager and I was wearing this, I certainly thought they did. But I was also delusional because I was a teenager. It's really good. Again, one of those dad colognes, and one of those fragrances that you can usually pick up with the fragrance, the shower gel, the aftershave for like $20 Christmas. JCPenney's used to have it. Maybe Macy's. I don't know if they still do. Next is Seduction in Black. I believe a different designer, but don't quote me on that. From Antonio Banderas as well. This is not the nighttime version of Blue Seduction, a totally different fragrance altogether. This is actually, I'm gonna probably regret saying this, but I think this actually a better fragrance than Blue Seduction. I shouldn't have said that, but I think it is. So, right off the bat, getting a hit of black currant and something sweet, almost like a licorice. And when it sits down, it becomes very deep and complex, but still you're getting that kind of dessert type vibe. This is a date night fragrance, 100%. On skin, it is wonderful. Projects well, and it's subtle enough to where it's not going to be, hitting you from across the room. So if you're on a date and the girl is close to you, it's going to encourage the girl to get closer to you to smell it. And it's a really good fragrance. I really recommend it. Seduction in Black. Okay. Upwards and onwards. Let's keep it going. This is Euphoria by Calvin Klein. This was a fragrance request that I got, and I did for a video from a wonderful viewer. Never tried Euphoria, despite the fact I think it's 20 to 25 years old. Never tried it. Did it for a video and sampled the intense version. To this day, one of Calvin Klein's most expensive offerings, and I like Calvin Klein, but Calvin Klein is a very divisive house. It is the house of obsession and eternity. People don't like those. You'll see those soon. Euphoria is wonderful. It smells a little bit, in my opinion, kind of like Man. What was that called? That's it, right? Calvin Klein Man. What is it? It's one of the other ones. Has a lot of Calvin Klein fragrances have a similar DNA. It's similar, same designer. So obviously have similar DNA. Just a super slap in the face with. I wish I remembered that other Calvin Klein one. It smells very similar to it. Super slap in the face with citrus, bergamot, lemon, just in your face. The thing I don't like about Euphoria is, like other Calvin Klein fragrances, it does not perform. It does not project. I sprayed twice in this room. The next fragrance that I spray in this room is going to totally take over, and I won't be able to smell Euphoria anymore. I can't even smell it on me, on my skin. It's an expensive fragrance. Not like Mancera or, Parfums de Marly's level expensive, but for what you're getting, it's fairly expensive. So I usually do not, and in that video, I do not recommend this fragrance. But it's also not bad. I really like the fragrance. That's what makes me disappointed in the fact it didn't work. And if a fragrance doesn't project, and if it does not perform, it's a waste of money. You're just getting it for the bottle and just to look at, and that's not that cool of a bottle to warrant that kind of money. Next we have Invictus by Polo Black. This is the Eau de Toilette EDT version. I think the other versions are garbage. I think the Parfum is garbage. I think the EDP is garbage. And let me just lay all my biases out there. I think Polo Black is garbage. As far as the large majority of his fragrances, I do not like. 1 million, I don't like it. I tried, y'all. I tried like 3 or 4 different times. I wanted to like it. I don't like it. This and Fame is a perfume. It's not even for men. This and Fame are the only Polo Black fragrances that I like. Invictus, it's blue. It's a blue fragrance. Perfect for spring, perfect for summer. It is playful, friendly, citrusy. All the wonderful things you look for in a blues fragrance, but because it's a Polo Black and it's designer, it's $60-$70. So I think as well as some fragrances that I am the most disappointed with of all time. So I'm going to have some strong opinions in this next section. Let's just go ahead and start with one. So, Jimmy Choo Blue. Here it is. Cool bottle. I like the idea of Jimmy Choo, right? Like you all watching this video, I follow, fragrance YouTubers as well, and that's why I picked up Jimmy Choo Blue. I followed this guy, still do. His name is Trey Sense. Huge shout out to Trey. I believe he spells it T-R-A Sense, not ASMR, just a cool dude. And man, he sang the praises of Jimmy Choo Blue up and down, up and down, up and down. I was like, man, I gotta get it. Fast forward to actually getting it. It's awful. It's a terrible, terrible fragrance. And I'll tell you why. It has nothing to do with its profile. It smells good. It's on the money. It does not last more than 5 minutes. I don't care what you spray. I don't care if you spray skin. I don't care if you spray clothes. It does not project. It does not perform. It's garbage. You would think, okay, well, a couple bucks. No. $80 for this thing. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Jimmy Choo Blue. It's not worth it. But, like I said, I want to like it. I just can't. Just can't. What's sad about that, and I'm sure I've disappointed some people as well, just because fragrances are so subjective, right? But when you follow somebody and they make a recommendation and you go and buy it and you dislike it, I feel like that's such a divide. Like, how do you trust that person's opinion anymore? So I know I've probably done that to a couple people, not intentionally, obviously, but whenever I'm recommending stuff, I do consider the subjective element, but I also consider the objective side, and I'd never recommend a fragrance that does not perform, it does not project. I just wouldn't. It's a garbage, and it doesn't matter how good it is, it's garbage. So let's go. Actually, coincidentally, my second fragrance here, I was also recommended by a YouTuber. And it's L'Eau de Say by Issei Miyake. I actually really love this bottle. I think it's really cool design. I'm gonna spray this. It's been a little bit of time. So, here's the thing, y'all. I do not like this fragrance. It is lemon and pine trees to me. Is what it's like, pine sol almost. I do not like it. It does sit and it calms down as it matures. It's gonna sound bad, but I actually take this fragrance and I'll go and I'll bomb people's rooms that are not my own, just to try to get rid of it. And I've never found someone that really liked it, but it's a respected fragrance. There are people that do like it, and I'm still gonna get the eau de parfum version to see if I like it. There's also a blue version, but I was recommended this fragrance by Blade Whisper Pro, and Blade Whisper Pro is not a fragrance connoisseur. He just likes them, but he gave me 2 recommendations. This is one of them, and the one later, there's another one I'll be sure to mention when we come up on that one, but they suck. They're awful. And yeah, I've learned not to trust his scent and fragrance is way different than mine, for sure. Next, Jakar this and Aqua de Gio set the scale for American fragrances. I think I really do. And I think it's still good. This is a quintessential date night fragrance. It's an all day, it's a Four Seasons, it's spicy, it's masculine, and it's cheap. It's like $15 now, and you can get the big bottle. I mean, some people say it's dated. I think it's still really good. So, Jakar Noir and Drake, the rapper, actually has this tattooed on him. He's a big fan, and it's kind of funny, but yeah, I really like it. I really like Jakar Noir. Now, some of these I don't have the full versions of, either because I have enough smaller versions that I don't wear them, or maybe samplers. I don't know. It's different, but I do have a couple of these, not just one, but a couple, and I'm gonna get the full version as well. But this is Jakar's Intense, Jakar Noir Intense. What an intense version is, for those of you that might not know, is oftentimes just a way for companies to make more money off of you. They call something intense. They're supposed to increase the oil content in the fragrance to make it more pungent. I don't know if that actually happens. I think it's just a way to get more money, but I'll spray it. Like I said, I really like it. Yeah, just like super in your face, masculine, woodsy, soapy, like body wash kind of stuff. And it's really, honestly, I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. My next fragrance haul is gonna have the intense version. Yeah, it's just super clean and simple. Which reminds me of the song Simple and Clean. All of you Kingdom Hearts fans out there, simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. Such a good game. Maybe I should do some ASMR gameplay. That would actually be a fun game to play again. Let me know if you want that. If you're still awake, you might not be awake. Okay, let's move on. This is Houston's Z14. I remember this. I actually unboxed this at the same time as Bijan and Issey Miyake and Jakar. And I had a subscriber ask me a really good question. And he said, why do you keep buying these old, dated fragrances? And there's a couple reasons for that. The first is I have pretty much all the modern ones that I want. You know, I'll buy the new ones and I'll keep adding modern fragrances, but I still want to keep collecting, so I gotta go back. Obviously, you can't go forward. Those haven't been invented yet, but the second one is I'm a collector, and I love history, fragrance history, you know, having fragrances that kind of set the stage for modern day fragrances, and this is one of those. Halston's one of those. And to also be able to have these at a super cheap price, you know, these fragrances, they used to be expensive, and now they're like $15. So, Halston Z14. And this is an 80s fragrance or a 90s fragrance, lots of notes, floral. And I'll introduce you to the word aromatic. Aromatic means spicy, pungent, and fragrant. It is peppery. It is spicy. It is something that kind of takes your breath away. And the modern nose doesn't really like that. I think they equate it to like 90-year-old grandma's fragrance or something like that. But that is Halston's Z14, and I think it is the best Halston. And I have its cousin, less aromatics and much more floral and complexity. Maybe some black currant, licorice, or some sort of root. Makes it bitter, and I don't like that. So I definitely like the other Halston better. Let's keep it going. Zeno by Davidoff, whatever. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Opens up right away. First off, some people absolutely can't stand this fragrance, so blind buy at your own risk. Johnny Depp once said that he would bathe in this every day if it was possible. Used to be much more expensive, and one of my subscribers told me that the original version of this, not the one made now, but the original batch, was a variation, was different. I don't know if that's true. I would believe it. Because, things do change, batches do change. Just super in your face. Someone said bug spray. Again, I don't see that. Lots of vanilla, some leathery notes, a little bit of suede, some deep, complex notes. Very abrasive. If you like vanilla and deep notes, you would like Zeno, but Zeno was their flagship, before Cool Water. This was their flagship, named after their creator, whose name was Zeno. Zeno Davidoff was his name, the designer. So I like it. Do I wear it? No, not really, but I like it. Next, Bleu de Chanel, and this is the Eau de Parfum. People often ask me, well, I guess they don't. I often volunteer this information. My most disappointed I've ever been in a fragrance. And it's Bleu de Chanel. It's a lovely fragrance. It has some floral, fruity, pink pepper, complex, rich notes that women like. But it's $160, and it's for a blues fragrance. Everybody has a blues fragrance, and they're cheap. To have $160 is criminal, and it does not last. It does not perform. I used to follow somebody who said, this fragrance is good, but it doesn't last, it doesn't perform, so it's garbage. And I used to think, well, that's not true, because it's a good fragrance. And now I understand what they were talking about, because if a fragrance does not perform or last or project, you're just paying for the bottle, because the liquid inside is worthless. So $160 bottle that says Bleu de Chanel is not worth it. It's not. I watched a video one time of a guy who had Bleu de Chanel in his backpack and carried around with him everywhere, because he knew that as soon as he sprayed it, he would have to reapply in 20 minutes. And crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay. Next. We're going to have one of my favorites. From the house of Lattafa, we have Fakar. And this is a clone of Y-Men, the original Y-Men. Not the Eau de Parfum, but the original Y-Men. And it gets so close to it, I have asserted in other videos, there's no reason to ever buy Y-Men again. Go and buy Fakar. Beautiful, beautiful. $20 replicates a $80 fragrance. And I like Y-Men, that's why I'm suggesting it. If I didn't like Y-Men, I'd say don't. I'd say leave Fakar alone. I have the Y-Mens. I have lots of Zeno. But I'm not this guy. I've heard this before. Oh, well, let me get the clone to see if I like it. And then if I like it, I'll get the original. To me, that is insane. And it makes no sense to me. If you like the clone, then keep the clone. Oftentimes clones perform even better than the originals, and to me, there's no value at all of having the original, because it costs that designer $5 or $6, maybe on the high end, to create that fragrance. You're paying $150 for it. They're ripping you off, and you feel guilty about buying the clone and not theirs. Makes no sense to me. They are ripping you off. Fakar, great fragrance. Okay. This next fragrance I was a little disappointed with as well, but not completely disappointed. It's still a good fragrance. And it's Polo Black. Polo Black. I'm gonna spray this one because it's been a while. I remember spraying this, all of the Polos, and Ulta, and this being by and large my favorite. Not only my favorite, but the only one that I actually would consider buying. So, if you've noticed, all these fragrances so far that I've talked about, the last like 10, have been either dark blues or blacks, and I'll be honest with you, I'm just not that big of a fan of black fragrances. Black fragrances are usually very deep, complex, and woodsy. I tend to lean on amber fragrances, which are boozy and spicy. Those are my favorites. But I do have quite a few black fragrances as well. They're just not my favorite. This is a great fragrance. It really is. You have some sweetness and fruitiness, but it's so secondary. It's tertiary. It's not the main point of this fragrance. This main point of this fragrance is masculine. It's sharp. It's fierce. It's energetic. It's dominant. You have that fruit in there, but you also have some binding woodsiness that just, it's confident. What can I say? It's confident. It's a CEO kind of spray. And it's a wonderful fragrance. Ralph Lauren Polo Black. A little expensive, but I'll tell you, it is a good fragrance. Good fragrance. My next one is my very last black fragrance. And it is Blanc Legend Eau de Parfum. Somewhat new. I think a year or 2 years they came out with Eau de Parfum. If you don't like Mont Blanc, go give Legend a try. Legend is wonderful. I'm going to spray it. I think Mont Blanc Legend might have the greatest opener of any cologne that I've ever tried ever. Right off the bat, you're getting hit with a mix of floral and the violet, and then you're also getting hit with bergamot. And as it settles down, I don't know what it is that I don't like. I think it's the leather that I don't like. But as it settles down, it loses its punch. It's no longer punchy. It's no longer feisty. As it sits down, it just becomes coyingly, I guess the leather and the jasmine just turns me off. And I've never experienced a 180 with a fragrance. I love the opener so much. And then when it sits down, it's like, is this even the same fragrance? And it is. But go check out the Eau de Toilette and the Eau de Parfum and Mont Blanc Legend Spirit as well. All very good. All very good. Mont Blanc and Star Walker. You'll see those later. And Explorer's probably their favorite, people's favorites. It is just basically a carbon copy of Invictus, so it's definitely not my favorite. It's just a clone, but people love Explorer as well. Okay. Speaking of clones, we have one here. And this This is Armo's Craze. If memory serves me correct, this is a clone of Pegasus by Parfums de Marly. I've heard from some people that this fragrance gives them a headache, a little intense, maybe. It is intense. It is intense. Let's see, do I have a date on the badge here? So this is a year old at this point, this badge. So let's see if it's calmed down a little bit. I haven't sprayed it in like 5 months. Yeah, it's like super, you get that jasmine floral notes. Rich, complex, deep, a little bit salty. Almost maybe like a suede in there. I'm not sure. There's something earthy, earth tones to it, but I don't think it's leather, quite leather anyways. It's good. On skin it performs a lot better than on paper, but it's a $20-25 fragrance clone of a $180 Pegasus. And Pegasus, if you like Pegasus, you'll like this. It's a pretty accurate clone. My second most disappointing fragrance of all time. YSL's L'Homme. Very disappointing, does not perform, does not project, and that's about it. I love the color of it. It's a rich, deep amber color, right up my alley, and I like the fragrance profile as well, but it does not perform, it does not project, so it's not even worth talking about in my opinion. So I think it's $110 last time I checked on Amazon. Very expensive, so what are you gonna do? And then speaking of amber fragrances, here I have David Beckham's Intimately. Really wanted to pick this up because this was on a liquidation sale for like $8. I said, sure, why not? So, I think David Beckham is also an underrated designer. His Instinct was one of the very first fragrances that I ever tried, certainly. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's not as boozy as you would think looking at it. It's more sweet and floral and feminine. Very, very sweet. Very sweet. This is basically a perfume as far as I'm concerned. Very, very sweet. Red notes, indiscernible red notes. Maybe, I don't even know what those fruit notes are, but it's kind of all you can smell. So, for $8, $9, like, you can't be upset about it. Okay. We got to my Alt collection, ALT, if you've never heard of Alt. They are a clone house. A lot of houses, they will try to make something similar, which I call a clone. A clone is something that, I think is a carbon copy of something. A clone is something that is indiscernible from the original, whereas something like inspired by or replica or something like that is something that gets it close, but also might try to put something in there. Let's say if you like the DNA of Bleu de Chanel and a company makes a clone, quote unquote clone, but adds another note in there that you think is better, then those individuals are going to go buy your clone. Even though it's not a carbon copy, they like it better. So Alt does clones, carbon copies. They don't add anything, they don't take it away. They try to get it as close to the original fragrance as possible. So I got a couple of these. I never would have bought these on my own, a couple of these. But they have these mystery packs So I got a couple mystery packs. Overall, I was a little disappointed, I'm not gonna lie. And they also gave me a women's fragrance. They got me light blue, which is not unisex. It's a light blue for women. It's not unisex. I have no idea why they gave it to me, but I think that's what happens when you get these mystery packs. They just give you whatever's cheapest that they have and whatever they have the most of. So let's get into it. Alts, simply another. This is a clone of Le Labo's Another 13. Another thing about these alt fragrances, the caps unscrew very, very easily. And if you see, I'm missing some juice in almost all of my fragrances, particularly this one. I never sprayed these more than once. In transit, the caps, because of the heat and the temperature change, unscrewed themselves, and they were coated in the fragrance. So I was really dissatisfied with my alt order, but the product itself is good. But the way they do business is I can't recommend it. You can tell they're non-pressurized atomizers. They suck. Such potential. And it's not expensive, but it's also not cheap. It's like $30-$40 for these things. Another 13 is by far, I think, Le Labo's best offering. Santal, I think, is hot garbage, and I think the rest of their offerings are hot garbage. Another 13 is the only serviceable one, I think. And to me, it also smells like sunscreen. It is like straight up fruity, fleshy. I don't even know how they instilled a fragrance of flesh in this, and I don't know how. Metallic. It's just not good, but it is the best Le Labo fragrance, in my opinion. Okay. Bohemian Water. This is a clone of, was it Gypsy Water? Yeah, Gypsy, and I don't remember who makes it. It's like very niche, very niche. First time I got this, I thought, oh, this fragrance might be okay. It's not a good one. Yeah, like I said, man, you can see this just absolutely coated in the fragrance, and it's good insofar as the oil content is really high in these fragrances, but there's so much oil that's not blended well with the alcohol that the oil literally stays on your skin. Like, you can look at your skin in the light and see the oil residue. If you have a colored fragrance, it will stain your clothes. So that is disgusting. It's just like a non-discriminate citrus, like an orange fragrance, and I don't get it. It's like $300 fragrance. It's just not good. Okay. Like I said, those were mystery fragrances that I got from Alt. Did not like them then. Do not like them now. I actually bought this knowing and wanting this. This is Absolute Executive. And this is a clone of Aventus Absolute, which is the best version of Aventus in my opinion. Something happened with this guy and it actually came to me without unscrewing itself. It was amazing. So I got a full bottle and nothing's leaking. So Aventus Absolute is it's actually really good, and I'll be straight up and honest with you. I am not a fan of Aventus. I'm not. This is good though. This builds on, it's almost like the intense version of Aventus. It's much more in your face. Powerful. The citrus is much more present at the beginning. Less smoke, although the smoke still is present. But Invictus Absolute, I think, comes in a black bottle, and it's like $600, $500, a limited edition, and is an absolute ripoff. So I'm glad there's an alternative, and I can absolutely recommend this one. This is a good one. Much more citrus than the original Invictus, which I like. Amber Angel. This is a clone of Angel Share by Killian. One of, actually don't even need to spray it because it leaked inside the bottle, so I can just spray the cap or smell the cap. Angel Share, which I'll show you the original later. I do have the original. Boozy, aromatic, sweet, vanilla, unisex. I think it leans a little bit more feminine. There's a lot of people that disagree with me. It is a perfect and a beautiful fall fragrance, winter fragrance, boozy, date night fragrance. Angel Share, however, sucks on performance and projection. So I think Amber Angel outperforms it, and I did a side-by-side, and after the dry down, I couldn't tell the difference between Angel Share and Amber Angel. Alt is that good. They're that accurate. And when you go on their website, you'll see some reviews of people who just flat out didn't like the fragrance. So they'll leave a review saying the fragrance was no good. Well, the fragrance being no good is not Alt's fault. It's not Alt's fragrance. It should be rated and reviewed on how accurate Alt was able to clone the original fragrance. If you have a problem with that fragrance, then go leave a bad review on that designer's page, but not Alt. And I tell you, Alt does a great job. Next is Cherry Smash, and this is a clone. I, again, got this one intentionally. This is a clone of Tom Ford's, is it Lost Cherry? I think it's Lost Cherry. And this is straight up the best black cherry fragrance that you will ever find. I don't know if it's Lost Cherry or Cherry Smash. I think he also has like a cherry smoke one. I know it's not that one. You're seeing now a little bit more of that amber fragrance color to it. This is just straight up black cherry, and it is good. Tom Ford's fragrances are very simplistic. They include just a couple of notes typically, and I would love to layer this fragrance. So layering, you're using a couple different fragrances, using fragrances that you think complement each other, and you have some of these deeper fragrances. Spray some cherry on it, and they come to life. Fragrance designers know this. That's why you have these Saint Laurent's Black Opium over red. It's Black Opium with cherry notes. Mancera's Red Tobacco. It's tobacco with cherry notes. They know it. Get yourself a quality cherry fragrance, and you can do the same. And I highly recommend Cherry Smash. It is a good fragrance. I'm not going to make a lot of friends with this one, but I think one of the best fragrances ever invented is Tobacco Vanille by Tom Ford. And a lot of people don't like tobacco fragrances, and I don't blame them, but Tobacco Vanille, I think, is one of the greatest fragrances ever made. One of my personal favorites. Just don't drown yourself in it like Daniel Craig does. And this is Nicotiana. And Nicotiana is Alt's version of Tobacco Vanille. You're getting vanilla, you're getting tobacco, a couple spices in the background, but they are very much in the background. This actually is not even my favorite Tobacco Vanille clone. My favorite Tobacco Vanille clone, we'll see later, is Tobacco Touch by Maison Alhambra, but I put this side by side with the actual Tobacco Vanille, and again, I couldn't tell the difference. You fragrances a dry down time. I think now that they've macerated, they probably also come off a little less harsh. You can go check out my alt fragrance review. I was very harsh on alt. I was really disappointed, but after 30 minutes, after 40 minutes, when they dried down, they were identical. I could not tell the difference between Tobacco Vanille and Nicotiana, except Tobacco Vanille costs $200. Nicotiana costs $30 to $40. Big difference. So I think alt fragrances are very much worth it. But, there's a lot of fragrances out there they sell and clone that suck. It's not alt. It's those fragrances that suck. Gypsy Water being one of them. And, it is what it is. Yeah. I've got that one pack of 4 or 5 fragrances and spilling all over the place. They're very, ugly bottles. There's nothing special about the bottles. They're cheap, they're ugly. But they do a very good job of making the fragrances smell identical. And, in the case, especially with something like Invictus Absolute, never in a million years would I ever recommend spending a mortgage payment to get a freaking Creed cologne. So you're able to not only sample these designer fragrances, but also get them to where, I never would have been able to try. Invictus Absolute, I would have refused. So able to actually try fragrances that you never would have been able to otherwise. But that, I dig it. Hour number 2. This is the first time, actually, that I am going to sample my Cuba collection. And you might be saying, how do you have a collection? You've never tried it. Good question. So, this is by far not all Cubas, but I have 4, 8, 1, so I have 17 Cubas here. Never put my nose to any of them, so this will be exciting. I'm doing a total fragrance collection video. I gotta do every fragrance, so let's just start with this one. And this is my only full size. The other ones are like 1.7s. This is my only full size, and this is VIP. And I will say that a lot of the Cubas, they don't come looking like this. They'll come in like something that looks like a 3-pack almost. A little different. So. And this is it, just a giant looking cigar or something. So, I think, honestly, I would probably try to get the smaller ones just because, like you'll see, they really do look like cigars size-wise. This obviously doesn't. This looks like a big turd, I think. But this is Cuba VIP. Nice glass bottle. Pop the top. It actually didn't look that bad without its cap on. Let's go ahead and spray it. I don't know anything about any of these, so all of them are going to be surprises. Cuba VIP. Ooh, spicy pepper, sultry, seductive, masculine. VIP for me. I'll tell you what, y'all. I don't know what the performance is on this, but that is fantastic. Gorgeous, spicy, a little bit of fruity, and a little bit of woodsy notes up in there. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, this is an EDT, and was like $10. And it's probably it smells all of $60-70. So I'm excited about these other ones. It's Cuba VIP. Wow, that's really good. I'm real impressed. I think, kind of smells like ESL's myself a little bit. It's just like super fresh and masculine. I think masculine, a little fruity though. Okay. This first one is a 4-pack. So this is their Cuba City. So all of these fragrances are named after cities. Let's go ahead and open them up. So you can see there. My goal actually is to get like a cigar box and just have all of these like in a cigar box, like a humidor. Because I mean, look at that. If you were like across the room looking at that, you'd be like, shoot, those look good. And then you'd be like, what the? You can't light them. No, don't like these. Okay. This first one is Cuba City, Paris. Cuba City, Paris. Again, all of these are EDTs. TTT as in Tom. 1.17 ounce. Paris. Let's try it out. Atomizer pretty strong too. Ooh, goodness. I don't know if I like that one. I will say though, when you spray these things, they smell high quality. Like, I got these packs for like $10 each on sale, and I would never expect something this cheap to smell this high quality. So this one has a lot of like cinnamon, a lot of floral notes. Spicy, but definitely floral. Floral fruity. It reminds me of a pretty good women's perfume. I don't see that as being men. I know this is, for men, but this is a little too floral, I think. Definitely would be a bit of a unisex, because I've smelled some men's fragrances or some unisex that were, pretty feminine, and I ain't gonna lie, I like feminine fragrances too sometimes, but it's good, but definitely a little bit more on the feminine side. Oh, excuse me. I made my first mistake. Despite these fragrances saying Cuba, it's referencing the cigar. It is made in Paris. It's a French cologne, like many of them. And I was reading Paris because it says Paris, as in it was made there. This was Hollywood. Not Paris, Hollywood. Okay. This next one is Cuba City. And has a shirtless man on the cover. Interesting. Man, I'm excited. These are real killers. And I wouldn't hesitate to get these as gifts. In fact, when I make my yearly cologne gift guide, I'll probably put these in here. Because you get, spend $15, get someone 4 fragrances, they're bound to like one of them, right? So this is much more of like a dessert smelling fragrance. I thought with the name Cuba City, it would have more of like a tobacco kind of vibe, and it really doesn't. It's sweet, but it's unless they're just hidden in the dry down. I'm not really getting any of that. It's just kind of earthy, woodsy, musk, animal notes, a little leathery, but yeah, I don't know about that one, man. Hollywood, very feminine. This one was masculine, but it was just plain, a little earthy, non-offensive fragrance. So. Next. And this is, oh gosh, I messed it up again. Holy cow, there's my second error of the day. Good lord. This was Miami. Apparently, y'all, it's not my fault. It ain't my fault. I don't know if you can see this, if it'll focus. There are literally 4 city names on here. 4 city names. I do like the rapper though. Like, shows the skyline there. This was Miami. That explains why there's no tobacco or tonka bean. But it's almost like industry, like smoke, bog, earthiness. I'm not getting Miami. I think fresh, artificial, and fake. That's what I think of Miami. But, you know, like salt notes. I would have thought maybe that because of the sea. I wasn't getting any of that. Maybe a little salty, but it's not bad. I'm getting a little bit more like coffee or something earthy. Let's move on. This is Las Vegas. I'm getting this one right. This was Las Vegas, and that is a cool wrapper. And hopefully y'all could see that. So far, I've been pretty impressed with the quality. I have not found my scent that I would want to wear yet, but as far as the quality, I will say VIP, is probably the closest that I would actually want to wear. Is really good. I gotta go down to one spray, man. I'm spraying like 20, 30 fragrances. This ain't a big room. Oh man, that is not too strong. I'm off to spray again. Sprayed it on my face. I think this fragrance is just not a powerhouse. It's sweet candy-ish, super sweet. It's super sweet, but again, it doesn't really smell like that much. I can't really get a whole lot. It's just kind of like, almost like, I think what they were going for is like a mixed drink. I think is what they were going for. Like a couple of these fragrances, like Halloween Man. The top note is a martini and jazz club. I think that's what they were going for here. And it's too subtle. It's too subtle. They don't hit it right. And I know I can't mess this one up because I'm looking at the Statue of Liberty. This is New York. And this is the last of our city, Cuba. Cuba cities. Let's see what their take on New York is. I will say, man, for being a tiny fragrance, it's got a wonderful atomizer. Dude, that's it. That is it. That is it. Holy cow, yes. That is it. Beautiful grape, sugary, sweet, pixie stick, sweet, sugary vibes. Floral notes, just a hint, but super sweet citrus red fruits. Oh my gosh, yes. This is like a sweeter version of, actually no, it kind of reminds me of 1 Million a little bit. It's kind of like a sweeter version of Born in Roma Intense. But it has a sugary, whereas Born in Roma is just sweet. This is like literally like pixie stick fun dip. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. I got one. I had to save the best for last. New York. 100% recommend that. Let's put these guys back. And like 100%. I will be. Cool. Sorry. 100% I will be doing something fun with these, but in the meantime, I'm just gonna leave them like this, because I think they look pretty good in the box. Yo, I can 100% so far recommend VIP. Let me go ahead and get another taste of this one now that it's dry. Oh yeah, it's a no-brainer. It's powdery now. Sugary sweetness. Smells like a much more expensive fragrance. New York is just awesome. I love it so much. It's settled down quite a bit. It's not as boisterous in your face, but man, New Yorkers are boisterous and in your face, so I'm all for it. My hair's crazy. I'm sorry about that. Alright. So that's our first 5, and that is Cuba City. So cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Alright. Next up, we got Cuba Latino for men. And just like with the other ones, I have no idea what to expect with these. Cuba City is one thing, Cuba City being trying to, I guess, just their take on the city, what reminds them of that. I don't know what to expect from this. So, this is Cuba Cactus. I don't know if this is offensive. It's a French company that is calling their fragrances Cuba and then putting a sombrero. I don't know. Yeah, good for them, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Let's see what Cuba Cactus smells like. I tell you, these atomizers are good. Oh, that's interesting. That is fresh. It is green. It is earthy. It is actually, it smells a lot like clothing fragrances, like the gray flannels or the English laundries. Fresh, but floral. Definitely floral. It's not bad. It's not my cup of tea. I don't usually like those type of fragrances, but it ain't bad. That's not the one that's gonna blow me away. But oh no, look at this. My sticker. Oh, hold on. I can fix it. There you go. Alright, this is Cuba Maya. I hope these are focusing, because the artwork is really cool. And these even got like gold atomizers. Cuba, you're doing something right. Listen, see. Got some nice flushing sounds. Let's see what Cuba Maya smells like. is 100% Eternity. That is very similar to old Calvin Klein fragrances. Pick your Eternity obsession. What other one can I say? It's not as complex as something like Bijan, like 100% an 80s style 500 note fragrance. Not as abrasive though. Yeah, that is very similar to Obsession. Very similar to Obsession, which people don't like, so I don't know about that one. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It just, I like the playfulness of the names, but the problem is the names don't give anything away. Like, if you, let's say, I'm going shopping for Cuba fragrances, and oh, there's Cuba VIB. Okay, you know what I mean? Like Green Irish Tweed, Blue Seduction, that kind of stuff. You know, it's like, okay, it's a blues fragrance. Because like even something like a Ventus, you know, it's masculine. It looks masculine. Even the looks, these all look the same. So that's the only negative, I think. But this is Cuba Carnival, and it's got a blue sticker on it. So I'm wondering if this will have a blues fragrance vibe to it. Direct hit. Yeah, those are definitely some aqua notes. Aqua notes. Very subtle. Very subtle. Just oceanic. Almost like a nautical voyage. Yeah, just very subtle. C notes. Blues fragrance. Maybe a light bergamot. Maybe. It's perfectly inoffensive. It's clean. It's not going to be mistaken for a body wash. It's not soapy. It's just clean. It's fresh. It's blues. It's aquatic. It's salty. It's... Do I give it a thumbs up? Kind of half and half. Not my cup of tea. And that brings us to our last one, which is Copacabana. Copacabana. I like that. Another blues tropical scent. Let's see. Man, if there's not like some pina colada vibes in here, I'm gonna be disappointed. Let's try it. Okay. Yep. There's some light, almost like a daiquiri smell. Almost like a daiquiri, like a sweetness, mixed drink, sitting by the beach. Fresh though, not boozy, definitely not boozy. You know, like your martinis, it really reminds me kind of like there's a drink called the Blue Zombie, kind of reminds me of that. Not pina colada, I'm not getting any coconut. It's kind of just a playful blues fragrance. So, by far, I think the best one, but nothing's beating New York yet. New York takes the cake. Let's put these back in. It's every time that I've done this, I've only done it twice, but every time it's been the last fragrance. The last fragrance of the four is the best. This particular box, the Latino, I would say I think Cuba Latino is good for men that don't really like fragrances, don't like strong fragrances, want to blend like subtlety, because there was a lot of subtlety in Cuba Latino. I still recommend Cuba City. Next one. This is Cuba America. Cuba America. And I'm seeing some pictures of some dead American famous people. Let's open it up. Well, there's Ben Franklin right there. I guess Ben Franklin. I didn't even realize that Ben Franklin is on the cover of all Cuba fragrances. Cool. Fun fact about Benji Franklin. He's kind of a dirtbag. I think just about every American founding father had their vices, but his was cheating on his wife, and was kind of a pervert, but very smart, very sarcastic man. And when they were voting for the best, what they wanted for the national bird, people said bald eagle, and that's a horrible choice. I know that's unpatriotic for me, but a bald eagle, first off, I think most of them live in Canada, so it's not really even an American thing, I don't think. But the bald eagle is the thief of the bird world. You can look it up on YouTube. The bald eagle will wait for other birds to catch the prey and then attack the birds and take the fish that they just caught. So Ben Franklin was like, why are we going to go with a freaking thief for a bird? Doesn't set the right example. And he wanted the turkey. Gobble gobble. So Ben Franklin, man, weird cat. Apparently the face of Cuba. Okay, so this is the first one, and this is just black. This looks like Maria Antoinette or something on the cover. I have no idea who that's supposed to be. No idea. Kind of weird. I don't look at this and go, America, like crazy dude in some French powdered wig. I don't know. Cuba Black. Oh, wow, that's spicy. Holy cow. I just got punched in the face by a black peppercorn. Good Lord. Have mercy on my nose. Oh my gosh. This smells like if Dove body wash was infused with black pepper. Gosh, I think people who like black fragrances would like that. I am not one of those people. I do not like black fragrances, so to me that is repulsive. Let's go on. And this is Cuba Green, and nothing says America like a dragon and fire. And then old Ben Franklin's on the cover there. I'm a big fan of green fragrances, so I'm looking forward to this. Kaboom. That's what's up. That's what's up. Right off the top, you get hit with this huge note of freshness, summer, spring vibes. Dolce & Gabbana's light blue summer vibes. That's what I'm getting here. The problem with these notes is that they're subtle. They're so subtle. They don't project. Maybe like a crisp green apple. Fresh, fruity. But definitely crazy on the soapiness. Soapiness like Old Spice. Almost. Old Spice kind of vibe, but I think think, inoffensive. If you're gonna be around people that don't like fragrances, just they're not even, probably not even gonna know you have one on. They're gonna think that's some good aftershave, or what kind of soap you're using. So not bad, not bad. Sneaking back. Okay. We have our weird French wigged person again. And this is brown. Keep it brown. Man, I'm gonna go get a hat. I'm gonna go get a hat after this. This is driving me nuts. Okay. Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. That's giving me some Calvin Klein man vibes. That's giving me some 90s masculine, maybe dime store fragrance vibes. Yeah, Calvin Klein man. A dirtier version of Diesel, maybe. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad. It doesn't, it reminds me of things, but the profile is not the same as anything else. It's definitely 90s, like back in the 90s or 2000s when they used to send you catalogs of the new fragrance, like Calvin Klein man, or those kind of, Macy's fragrances. That's what it smells like. It smells like just straight up 90s man's fragrances, or early 2000s. It's not bad. I wouldn't wear it, but it's not bad. And, we have our weird looking French guy again. Some would say that I'm a weird looking French guy, so no hate. No hate. Okay. Cuba gray. I don't know what to think when I hear gray with a fragrance. Gray flannel is the only thing I can think of, and that's disgusting, so I don't think it's going to be like that. Wow. There you go. Whoa, that opens up just like Green Irish Tweed. Yo, Green Irish Tweed, what the heck? That's Green Irish Tweed. What? Bro, this is, I'm waiting for it to change. It's not, this is Green Irish Tweed. What the heck? What? Okay. It's changing a little bit. I actually think I saw somewhere someone said, well, nothing's gonna beat Green Irish Tweed. Bull. Everything beats Green Irish Tweed, man. Almost all the clones, I think, beat Green Irish Tweed. Trina-wee beats Green Irish Tweed. I do not like how spicy Green Irish Tweed is. Trina-wee makes it sweeter, and I think it's better. That's what this is doing. What the heck? For those of you who don't know what Green Irish Tweed is, it's just like straight up green notes, fresh notes, floral notes. Reminds you of spring, summertime, going out into a yard, smelling the flowers. A little bit of sweetness, some sort of fruit in there. That is straight up Green Irish Tweed. That is interesting. And again, we repeat ourselves with the last fragrance being the best. But like, this is my complaint. I never would have known, like, oh, Cuba Gray is Green Irish Tweed clone. So their marketing, I think, needs a little work. And what's funny is that they even had a Cuba Green. They could have done Green Irish Tweed. They chose gray. I don't know fragrances. That's not a thing. So, who could have predicted that? I don't know. Anyways. So, I think that's better than Cuba City and Cuba Latino. Cuba Latino was much more calm. Cuba City, I think, had the best one so far. But Cuba America set, I think, overall was the best. By far, actually. I'll say by far, I think. Okay. We have one more box. And it's Cuba Classic. Here we have orange, red, blue, and gold. So we'll start with gold. I will say gold, independently of this set, I think might be, other than Royal and maybe one other, which I don't have Royal, but Royal is supposed to be like 1 million, I think. Other than Royal, I think Cuba Gold is the most purchased Cuba fragrance. So I'm interested to try it. And I don't know what it's going to be like at all. But I'm pretty sure they even have it at Ross right now. I think I saw it the other day. Get away from me. The sucker blew back right in my face. Cuba Gold. I'm smelling it a little bit. I'm smelling some cinnamon. Some like cinnamon spices, sweetness, almost like baking. That's what it smells like to me. Someone's baking in the kitchen. And that's about it. I'm not getting a whole lot more. It's nice. It's fresh, but it's sweet, and it's not sweet like New York City or New York, whatever that one was called, where it's like sugary, powdery sweet. This is more like dessert kind of sweetness. Spicy, but sweet. I really wish I could pick up on what that is. Maybe almost like a vanilla in the base. I didn't think it would be like this. I thought it'd be like boom in your face. It's actually more of a subtle, sweet, bakery, baked goods kind of fragrance. I'm surprised. I actually really, really like it. I really like it. I think my nose is a little ticked off after sampling 14 or 15 fragrances, but that one shines through. I really like that. I think that might be that's totally different. I can't say whether I like New York or that one better because they're so different, but that is your subtle baked goods kind of fragrance, and New York is your sugary pixie stick sweet herba pura in your face kind of fragrance. This next one is Cuba Blue. And I'm assuming this is just going to be Garden Variety Blues fragrance. Sweetness, bergamot, woodsy. Let's try it. Oh. It is. First off, yes it is. But I was not expecting it to be that good. I think probably the biggest overall complaint that I have about these Cubas is they don't come on that strong. They're subtle, and I suppose you could just spray more, but it's not an in-your-face fragrance, which probably a lot of people might like that. Oh. It's solid blues, aquatic, a little spicy. It's kind of like a mix between a blues and an aromatic fragrance, which is kind of just odd to me. I don't think I've ever seen this done before. But it's definitely blues, it's definitely sweet, and it might even have a bit of a floral note in the base there that's bringing it home. Honestly, that's really good. That's like a perfect dad fragrance too, I think. It's blues, it's playful, but I wouldn't hesitate even wearing that early fall. I think it could be done, but yeah, spicy and blue is not something that I put together, but that's what that is. Speaking of spice and everything nice, here's Cuba Red, and red fragrances are usually pretty dang aromatic. Let's try it. Oh heck yeah. Oh heck yeah. Definitely spicy. There's no fruit in this. This is just solid spice and musk. Spicy, musky, what? It's almost like obsession without the floral notes. This smells really similar to a fragrance that I cannot place right now, like a 90s fragrance. I cannot place it. Oh my gosh, it's gonna drive me crazy. This is just like, I'm looking at my other fragrances for help. Oh, Jakar. Jakar freaking Noir. Same vibes. That's what it is. It finally helped. The fragrances finally helped me. I looked over and I saw Jakar looking back at me and I was like, that's it. That's it. That's got Jakar Noir vibes all over. It's spicy, fresh, clean scent. Very good. Very, very good. I haven't even tried the last one. I can already tell you that Cuba Classic is the best. 100%. 100%. This is Cuba Orange. Cuba Orange. I don't even know what to expect from an orange fragrance because so many fragrances have orange in them. They have bergamot. So I'm just, I guess, expecting a lot of citrus. That was unexpected. What is that? That's really, really pleasant. Yes, I'm getting a strong hit of fruit, but there's something else there that I don't know what that is. And my nose is so far gone right now, I don't know if I would even be able to tell you. That's fresh. That is Clinique for men. Fresh. That's exciting, energetic, but also a little complex. That is fascinating. That fragrance is absolutely fascinating. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Whoops. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. Cuba's Classic. Cuba's Classic is the winner. For sure. Yo. I'm not lying to y'all. I might actually grab for some of these. Hesitation always with the Cuba fragrances and all the other EDTs is longevity and performance. Man, it's a light concentration, which I think is the way that many fragrances used to be. This idea that you can put on a fragrance and have it be there 10 hours later, like the Club de Nuit's Intense and the Latafa Kamrakwa. Man, that did not exist. Like, that wasn't a thing. You go back and you look at the oldest fragrances. I have them. Man, they are one or two notes. idea that a fragrance should last you all day and into the next is new. And it's thought to be a part of the quality of the fragrance. And it's hard to disagree with that if you have to reapply fragrance every 20 minutes like Bleu de Chanel versus if I have to, spray it 2 or 3 times and it lasts me forever, Yeah, I'm going to gravitate towards the better performing fragrance. That's just a no-brainer. More bang for your buck, better performance. Don't have to worry about it. And I'll tell you, I'm not like these weirdos. And I apologize if you are. I'm referring more to this specific guy than people that do this, but I'm not that guy that walks around with your fragrance like in your back pocket or in a backpack, like carried around with you everywhere. Like, I spray, I leave. I have a car fragrance, and that's Burberry for Men. And I'll spray that if I feel like my fragrance is gone from when I applied it at the house. But I'm not going to carry around freaking 4711 eau de cologne and spray it every 15 minutes. That's insane to me. Walking like freaking smelling like an alcoholic, just alcohol, just smelling like a freaking lemon pez. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But all in all, I'm really happy with these Cubas. Cuba VIP is awesome. Cuba Gray with that green Irish tweed. Was not expecting that at all. New York was wonderful with the sugary herba pura sweetness. And Cuba, man, we're all ballers. That blue with the blues and the aromatics and the gold with the gourmand dessert. And the red with the Jakar and the green, that just threw me. I still don't know what that was all about, but I'll tell you what, these are probably going to be making an appearance on my Christmas lists of things to gift people fragrances. I think I might have to, man, because what a good deal. $12-15, you get 4 fragrances, and they should be bound to like at least one of them. You know what you do? You give them the 4 and say, the ones you don't like, I'll take. So you're buying yourself fragrances. That is funny. So definitely say Cuba Classic is the best value. Cuba VIP was great. And then followed by Cuba America, Cuba City, and then I gotta give the worst to Cuba Latino. I'm just not feeling that one. So just not necessarily that thing's fault. Personal preference more like. But anyways, that is the Cuba collection. Let's move on. Okay, this is hour 3. Grabbed a hat because my hair was going crazy. So this hour is gonna be a little unique. Every hour is unique so far, but this particular part of my collection is reserved for actually a couple videos that I shot, and one of those videos is my Temu collection. So I went on and bought a lot of fragrances from Temu, and so what you're gonna see here is my Temu fragrances, and you're also going to see my fragrances that I bought for the worst fragrances on Reddit, which actually turned out to be honestly pretty good. But you're gonna see quite a mixed bag here. But I just want to start off with saying one thing. I think that there is a misconception that cheap, inexpensive fragrances are somehow less quality than big fragrances, and that's just not the case. It might be, but it's not the case by default. People don't realize these $400 fragrances that you buy might cost $6 or $7 to produce, and the companies are so greedy, like Creed in particular, that they'll even change up the recipe even more to make more money and water it down and save money that way. So back, 100 years ago, there were expensive materials, but these expensive materials are not legal anymore. Ambergris is illegal to use in fragrances. Certain types of woods are illegal. Civet, musk, animal-based notes as well. They're illegal, and so they've all been made synthetic, which means that there's not a whole lot of reasons why one fragrance should cost a vast amount more. So just think about that. Just because these clones are $20 doesn't mean that they're less quality. Let's just get into it. So, I'm going to start off with my very first Temu clone, and it is Robot Home Gold. And this is a clone of Bakuraban's, I think it's Bakuraban's Phantom. And to be honest with you, it's a very nice fragrance. Like Bakuraban's fragrances, and typically super heated opener, powerful top notes, fruity, over the top fruity. Bakuraban and Jean Paul Gaultier kind of remind me of the same. And this is Robot Home Gold. I think I got this for like $3 on Temu. Next is going to be by a company called Digna Life. And this is actually, I hesitate to say whether this was my favorite Temu fragrance, but it was a really good one actually. And this is Snow Cherry. I don't know if this is a clone of anything. If anything, it's a clone of Tom Ford's. But I don't know that. It is a sweet, sweet cherry. It's not like Lost Cherry, which I showed earlier from the alt collection, the clone. That's real heavy, like black cherry. This is not that. This is sweet, sweet, sweet cherry. And the problem with it is it performs awful, and although it smells really good, it does not last more than a minute. And that is Digna Life's Snow Cherry. I doubt that these things are even still on Temu. I'm assuming it's like make them and then sell them, and then once they're gone, they're gone. I'm assuming. Okay, but my main point is fragrances are not expensive to produce. They don't have to be. They are made of fragrance oils and alcohol, and that's not expensive. So a couple dollars max. Next is from my video that was the worst fragrances on Reddit, and a lot of those I was like, no, a lot of those I actually liked. This one I thought was awful, and it is Grey Flannel by Jeffrey Bean. The funny thing about this fragrance, or the fact that this is the fragrance that I just can't stand, is it's everywhere. It's in every rack store you go to. It's in Ross and TJ Maxx. It's everywhere. It's so available, so you could pick it up for cheap, but it's gross. I'm actually finding it a little bit less gross now than I did before, but still gross. It has like this super weird floral laundry detergent. So I guess it lives up kind of to its name, but I find it repulsive. And that's as much as I want to look at or think about or touch that anymore. So if you did not see, I had a fragrance collection video where I sampled the worst fragrances Secretions Magnifique. And the notes in this fragrance are blood, urine, sweat, and semen. And I sprayed it, and wouldn't you know, I actually preferred it to gray flannel. It's my most hated fragrance by far. Alright, next. Next we have a Dylan Blue clone. And I don't even see a name on this thing. It's just Chinese letters. And clearly you can see the imitation for Dylan Blue here is present. It actually has a snap cap, which I think is nice. Dylan Blue, it's nice, it's fresh, it's fruity, it's your typical kind of bergamot, woodsy vibe. Body wash kind of fragrance. I'll be honest though with you. So this is Versace, and I do not like a couple of Versace fragrances, and this is one of them, the Eau de Parfum and the EDT. I don't like. It's not that they're bad. It's not that they're offensive. I just don't like it. It's nothing like personal, or I guess it is actually. It's 100% personal. I don't think that they're bad fragrances. They just are not my cup of tea. But it was okay. I don't have the original Dylan Blue in my fragrance or in my collection. I just don't like it that much. That. And man, oh, Frosh. I just don't like them. Don't like them. I do. Back when I was building a collection, I'd go to Alt and I would spray 20 different fragrances and write the names, obviously, but I would blind sample them at the end to figure out like which ones I liked, because I would forget which ones were which. And usually Yves Saint Laurent was at the top, and Coach Green won a couple times, Givenchy won a couple times, and Dylan Blue and Mano Frosh got last, dead last, and I was like, man, I don't need this in my collection, so I don't have it. Up next, this one is by far the easiest. The Dylan Blue clone was pretty easy to identify, but this is the easiest one in my opinion to identify what it is. This is Aqua Sport, obviously a clone of Acqua di Gio. I'm assuming the EDT. I don't know why when I sprayed this it absolutely repulsed me. And now that I'm smelling it now, it actually smells very inoffensive. It smells like Acqua di Gio. So there's this thing, for those of you who don't know, and it's called masturation. It's basically masturbation without the B. And it refers to a fragrance in a process called steeping, which is when you are mass producing fragrances on the cheap. It's like bourbon. You can either get a aged 20-year bourbon, or you can get one that was just produced yesterday. The aged one is always going to be better. It's always going to be more developed. This is alcohol and oils. It's the same thing. So it's funny to me that these things have expiration dates. These things never expire. If anything, they get better in their scent profile, but they might lose performance as they age. 20, 30 years might do some wonders on it. So absolutely is not the best Acqua di Gio clone. You'll see that later, but for those of you who are with me now that are going to be asleep later, it is Belcam Parfums. Belcam is the best Acqua di Gio clone out there. And how do y'all say it? I say it Acqua di Gio, but I've heard some people say Acqua di Gio. I like Acqua di Gio is how I say it. This next fragrance really shocked me. I was so confused. I swore, looking at this was Invictus, 100%. It's called a Blaze. It looks like Invictus. It has the gradient. This is nothing like Invictus. It's actually quite pleasant. It's more, again, one of those laundry detergent, fresh fragrances that is just super floral and woodsy and just opening and body wash kind of thing. But for somebody that was expecting it to be Invictus, I was confused. And of course, with these, cheaper bottles, the caps are awful. But I do like these bottles. I like them a lot. Okay. This next one is not a Temu fragrance, but it is a clone. This next one is the Jack by Fragrance World, and this is a clone of Blue Electric by Zeno. And I'm gonna spray this one, but Blue Electric and the rest of the YSL fragrances, they don't perform well. They underperform, they underdeliver. There's no sillage to them. I mean, truly, they are rough stuff. So, even a fragrance that has that same DNA, that's a little bit more expensive, but performs well, is worth the money because they just don't perform. The YSLs do not perform. So, this features a gold Jack on the front, and it actually comes in a big box that has a stack of playing cards, Fragrance World playing cards. It's the coolest thing. So, Blue Electric is a strange, spicy, aquatic fragrance. It has the sweetness that you would expect for a blues fragrance, but it also has a spiciness and a rich complexity in its development. It's very spicy, and at the beginning, it takes your breath away, but as it sits, those floral notes kind of come out and becomes a lot sweet, and sort of sweet floral fragrance. It's good. They did a good job with that, and Fragrance World does some good stuff. I will say Fragrance World does some good stuff. Okay, next. Oh, speaking of them, we have another Fragrance World fragrance, and it is this fragrance has the funniest name that I've ever seen. And sometimes fragrances, clones, will try to mimic a little bit of what they're doing, but also leave a little bit of obscurity. Not this one. This is Barakat, not Baccarat, Barakat 540. And of course, this is a clone of Baccarat 540 by Mason. Incredible. Just incredible. This is a 3.4 and super cheap. It's funny because I'll follow some other YouTube fragrance people, and they talk about the top 3 fragrances that people want to ask about, and it's Invictus, it's Baccarat 540, and it is they call it Savage, but it's Sauvage. They want to talk about Baccarat, Invictus, and Savage, and there's a decent reason for it. A lot of fragrances, even mainstream design fragrances. I've ripped these guys off. I'm thinking about even some niche houses like Lalique and Al Haramain. It's not a niche house, but it's another one that has, done stuff. Armo for Invictus. And Ariana Grande's Cloud uses Baccarat DNA. I'll be honest. Excuse me. I'll be honest. I'm not a huge Baccarat fan. It's not bad. It just, I think, and this is just my opinion, I think it leans a little too feminine for me to wear. And I like unisex fragrances. To me, it's just a little bit too much. What you have here with the 540 is the addition of sort of an almond nuttiness undertone that does bring it a little bit more into the unisex realm, but still is still quite feminine to me. And I think that it smells like a perfume, not anything else, but maybe I would like it on a lady. I don't know. Next, it needs no introduction, really. I got this for my most hated fragrances video, and this is Eternity for Men, Calvin Klein. People don't like this fragrance. It's a good fragrance, but it is an 80s fragrance. 80s fragrances are spicy, they're aromatic. Anytime you see a liquid that looks like this, a juice that's this urine kind of color, it's going to be spicy. If you don't like spicy fragrances, you're not going to like it. Spicy fragrances dominated the 80s, absolutely dominated, and a lot of people don't like how strong it comes on at the beginning. The floral note, really, there's so many notes. So, I for one don't hate it, but it does not have a lot of application. In today's age, I don't think, based on its, makeup. So, next, we have the oldest flippin' fragrance in the world that's still being produced. Fragrances and monk strap shoes were actually first produced by holy men and nuns. And a lot of the original perfumes and colognes come from Germany, made from nuns and monks. And this is one of those early fragrances. This is 4711. This is an eau de cologne. It's super, super low concentration. It's mostly lemon zest, and to me it smells like a lemon pez. Very much like a lemon candy. You spray it, and it leaves very quick. Hence the eau de cologne, but as a whole, it's very cheap, and I'm sure it was great back then. I got this fragrance for a video that I did wearing the world's oldest cologne until I get fragrances. Check that out if you haven't already, but plot twist, I didn't get any. Okay. This next one, I don't want to say that I hate it. That's too rough, I think. I think it's a good fragrance, but my body hates it. And when I smell it, I became violently ill. And this one is, let's see, it's got dust up. It's got dust all over. That's how long it's been since I've done anything with it. Toscano Leather by Maison Alhambra, one of the greatest cologne houses of Tom Ford fragrances, maybe the best cologne house of Tom Ford fragrance. Toscano Leather. And of course, this is a clone of Tuscan Leather. Tuscan Leather by Tom Ford. It's been rapped about, put in the songs rappers wear. It is just leather. There's nothing like ombre leather that cuts it with something fruity. It's just leather. To me, it smells like a cow pasture, and a bad one, with the feces and everything going on. It is truly, truly horrendous fragrance, and that's not a hit on Maison Alhambra. In fact, they did a wonderful job cloning it. That is a hit on the original fragrance. And I would caution all of you, leather is an incredibly, incredibly divisive note, and I never recommend it when you are wearing it around groups of people. I mean, know your audience, right? But I never recommend it when you're around groups of people, because there's bound to be people that don't like it. And of course you can sit around and say, you know what, forget those people, I want to smell the way that I want to. But I have been on dates before, and I've tried ombre leather, and my date looked at me and said, you gotta go wash that off. And I wasn't wearing, I sampled it. It wasn't like I put it on, thank God, because that wouldn't come off. That would have been the end of the date. But I sprayed it in TJ Maxx, and I did this with it like I always do. Put my hand, gets cut on my hand, and it's so strong. She smelled it. She was like, that ain't happening. Like, that ain't happening. So luckily went in, washed it, we're good. But leather and tobacco, especially leather though, people either love it or they hate it, and I cannot be around it without getting violently ill. I don't know why. Next, this actually is another one of our Temu fragrances, and it is called Gemini, and this is a clone of Pie by Givenchy, and it's actually pretty good. It's pretty on the money. With a horrible atomizer. It's just warm, it's sweet, it's vanilla, it's just calming, relaxing, beautiful, beautiful fragrance. And back when I got this, I don't know if it would have changed my mind if I wouldn't have got it if I knew this, but I didn't know that Pie was only like $40, $45 at the discounters. Now I do. So I probably wouldn't have gone, would have just gotten Pie, because now it's like, I don't need Pie, I have this. And from the scent profile, I know it's probably not going to be used, but it's a wonderful scent profile. Maybe I will get Pie, who knows, who knows, who knows. Okay, next we have another Fragrance World clone, and I hate on this one too much. I don't know why, because it's not that bad, but it's Cocktail Intense, and this is a clone of one of my favorite fragrances, which is Angel Share. This is Fragrance World. It looks like it. It acts like it. This actually looks very similar to what Angel Share comes in versus like Comra and whatnot. This is more what I think of when I think of Angel Share. And let's spray it, because it's been 7-8 months that it's master reading. Let's see. Right off the bat, you get, it's a little bit fruitier, and Angel Share's not really supposed to be fruity. It's a little fruity, and it's synthetic. That's what I didn't like about that. And the Baccarat, or the Baragat, except the Baragat seems to have calmed down. This one doesn't seem that it's calmed down that much. Just a weird fruit note in there. Lack of vanilla, lack of booziness, just smells synthetic. The dry down's not bad though. I don't want to tell you all that this is a bad clone, because it's not. And, you know, $20. I don't want to give you the impression that it's a bad clone. It's not a bad clone, but out of all of the Angel Share clones that I have, this is definitely the last one that I'm grabbing. But I'll still use it every now and again, especially if I want the angel share DNA or fragrance, as a houseware or spray in the bathroom or something. This next fragrance I got just to have. It was not a worst fragrance in the world fragrance. It was truly just because I wanted to have it, and I hate this fragrance so much. It's not a fragrance that hates me like Mason Alhambra. I consciously choose to hate this fragrance. It's one of the worst things I've ever smelled, and it is Quaid Alfreson, and this is the white Quaid Alfreson, and this is made by Latafa, right? Yeah, Latafa. And gosh darn, I don't want to spray it. Let's see. I'm gonna spray it just for you all. Of course, this is the one that I spray my finger with. Words cannot express how much I hate that fragrance. Every fiber in my being is repulsed right now. I want to run, but I have to finish this video. Incredible. It is a coconut-based fragrance, and whenever I was doing my video with this, I think that was the response. They're like, oh, well, it's coconut-based, you just must not like it. No, I do like coconut-based. I like coconut. Some ain't right about that. Some ain't right. And it's fascinating to me. Gosh darn, sorry about that. Always gotta hit something, right? It's fascinating to me. I have its cousin here, which is Quaid Alfreson Black. And I will say I liked this guy better when, move the mic here. I like this guy better when I first tried it. Not that I don't like it now, but let's see. Didn't spray my finger, that's good. Oh, dude, that's gotten so much better. I tell y'all, this is the first time that I've sampled these fragrances, some of them in like 8 months, 10 months. The difference that you get coming back to a fragrance after 8 months, it's like a totally new fragrance, totally different fragrance. This is straight up a very different experience. When I first got it, it was just synthetic, and this is a fresh, fruity fragrance. This is vanilla. I think it's vanilla. And this is raspberries. And this is pineapple. When I first got this fragrance, I put on there that I really enjoyed the raspberry, and someone put on there, I don't know where you're getting that is a pineapple scent, and I said, no, I think you're thinking of another fragrance, another Latafa fragrance. And they were like, no, it's this fragrance. I'm like, man, I'm not gonna argue with you. Who cares? How are you gonna tell me what I smell when I am the one smelling it crazy? But now that it's macerated a little bit, I do get much more of that pineapple. It's fresh, it's fruity, but it's not cloyingly sweet, and it's also not desserty like Latafa's, what is it, Honor and Glory, the one with the pineapple brulee. It's sweet, like kind of like the Sublime that they have, the red one of the Bidet Alud line. It tastes, or it smells like food. Like, if someone walked up on you, you wouldn't be like, well, what are you smelling? They'd be like, oh, what'd you bring to eat? Like, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird like that. Okay, next one. We got a This is Versace's L'Homme. Love that bottle. I love Versace bottles, period. I love it, love it, love it. Except the cap. I don't get this. This is not a cap. This is literally the sprayer. And super spicy, aromatic fragrance. I'll tell you straight up, I don't like these kinds of fragrances. I think it took me a while. I was just thinking, I guess before I was thinking maybe it's just maybe I just didn't have one that I like. Maybe I haven't found one I like. And that just wasn't the case. I don't think that there is something inherent about the light yellow color of the fragrance. But whatever the fragrance color is, designers know you're going to have some idea of what's in it. And yellow fragrances used to mean aromatic and spicy. Green fragrances mean fresh. And red fragrances mean dark and rich fruit. And black fragrances mean spicy. So just different things for sure. Alright, next. Oh man, I'm gonna kick myself on this one because I don't remember what this is a clone of. This is a clone of Parfums de Marly's Perseus. That doesn't sound right. Is it Perseus? I don't remember. This is Mahir Legacy. This is the only good one from the Mahir line. I love the bottle. It's actually really, really good. I wish I remembered. I know that it's not Pegasus because I thought it should have been, and I was really confused because Pegasus is a horse. You have a horse. Why didn't you use this for a clone of Pegasus? I know it's not Pegasus, but I don't remember what it is. That's why I think it might be Perseus, but I cannot remember, and that's my bad. But that is a beautiful, beautiful fragrance by Lattafa, right? It's Lattafa. Yeah, Lattafa's Mahir Legacy. So, alright, let's go get the other ones. So while I was transitioning fragrances, I did look up Mahir Legacy, and it is a oh dang, I sat back down. Something smells good. What did I smell? That smells so good. Wait, no, on that. Yeah, okay. I guess I'm about to stand corrected. It's the Angel Share clone. The Intense. Yeah, for sure. Also the first one, which I think was the Baccarat. The Blue Electric. Yeah, that smells good too. Anyways, it was Sedley. Parfums de Marly says Sedley. When I was looking it up, I saw someone that said, this smells so much like La Nuit de l'Homme. And I was like, what? I said, bro, you need to check yourself to see if you're having a stroke, because this is nothing like La Nuit de l'Homme. I'm hoping he got confused and was referring to another fragrance, because I was like, you ever see Family Feud and Steve Harvey asks a question, they say something ridiculous like the Naked Grandma one, where he goes, what is one thing a robber would not want to see when breaking into your house? And someone said Naked Grandma, and Steve Harvey goes, naked what? That was me. And they said La Nuit de l'Homme. I'm like, what? La Nuit de what? Anyways, we got another Temu fragrance here, and this is One Gold, and this is obviously a clone of Paco Rabanne's 1 Million. I will say, if you want your 1 million fix, I just picked up Lattafa's Fakar Gold Extrait, and it went right to the top shelf. It is good. Super fresh, super citrusy, energetic, fun fragrance. One Gold. That was funny. It's a gold bar. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. I only have like a couple more Temu fragrances. The rest of these are either designer or, non-Temu fragrances. So, this next one, when I first I got some hate for this. I thought it was funny. I posted a video of this saying that it was in one of my top 5 summer fragrances, and someone said, oh no, it can't be trusted anymore. I don't understand why I still like it, and it is Dumont's Nitro Red. Is this the greatest fragrance in the world? Absolutely not. Is this a good fragrance to layer with? Yeah, I'd say so. And what I like is a new layer of fruit. What you're getting is like a watermelon Jolly Rancher. I don't know why you hating on that. With the alcohol, it kind of just smells like watermelon Jolly Rancher moonshine. But it sits down and it just chills into this beautiful, beautiful watermelon fragrance. I really like it. And I'd probably like this a little bit more in a woman than a man, but could be done with layering, I think. So that's what I go for. Alright, next. This fragrance I was referred to by Jeremy Fragrance. It is the one and only time I've ever listened to Jeremy Fragrance, because this fragrance is no good to me. I know there are some people out there that like it. I'm not one of them, but I'm glad to have it in my collection because I love its cousins in the same line, and that is from the house of Salvatore Ferragamo. It is Uomo. I was told point blank this was a gourmand dessert style fragrance. And what I am getting is floral sweet notes. I was told it was like a tiramisu. I'm just not getting that, like, at all. It's not bad. It's sweet. I can definitely see where it might lean, especially as it sits to more of a bakery note, but it's just sweet and floral to me. It doesn't, it's like one of those kind of laundry detergent, fresh sort of fragrances. So I stopped listening to Jeremy Fragrance, and so should you. Now, this next one, its brother, I adore, and this is Uomo, the original Uomo. As you can see, this is my favorite color of juice. Maybe a little bit lighter than I like, but a beautiful amber fall complex fragrance, which is what I want. Can't get enough of them. Cannot get enough of them. If a fragrance is clear, I usually have some concerns. If a fragrance is black, I usually know that I'm not going to like it. But when it is amber, yeah. What you have here, to me, it smells like a Tootsie Roll. A boozy Tootsie Roll, like a Tootsie Roll dissolving into a glass of brandy or something like that. It's chocolatey and decadent. In my opinion, it's much better than Casual Life, in my opinion. And I think it dries down great. I highly recommend that one. This next one is from the house of Versace. And it is Dreamer. Look at that guy. Boom. I love Versace bottles. Love them. This is Dreamer. Probably the powderiest fragrance that they have out there. Almost smelled like a makeup. Yeah, it's sweet, it's pungent, maybe a little bit of lemon in the opening note, but in any case, it becomes really fresh and really cloudy and powdery, which is just kind of like, makeup-esque, kind of like you're inhaling chalk. It's a strange feeling. some sort of floral note, but I'm not sure, and it's hit or miss, I think. I think some people might like it, but I think other people might not. So, it actually picked it up for my most hated fragrances, believe it or not. And I wouldn't go that far. I definitely don't hate the fragrance, but it's not my favorite. Alright, next we have a classic, an absolute classic, that I also picked up from my most hated fragrances, which I knew I was going to disagree with, and it's Light Blue by Dolce & Gabbana. Another incredibly powdery floral fragrance. This is 90s Kids. This is a 90s Kids fragrance right here. It's sweet off the base, but it hits you with so much pungency. I think that's what people don't like. I think they don't like an Eternity and Light Blue. I think they don't like the fact it's pungent up front. It reminds them of bug spray or urine. But if you can stick around, honestly, I don't like it, so it's not hard for me. But when it settles down, it remains a very sweet, citrusy, floral type of fragrance that women love, because it's very feminine. Very, very feminine is Light Blue. So I think the original fragrance was a perfume, and I think that the cologne was made after, I believe. I could be wrong though. Okay, next. I got this fragrance again from my most hated video, and I gotta tell you, it might be on the most hated list, but women love it. And it is Jupe Home. This is, some have said, cough syrup in a bottle. It's a 2 or 3 spray all day, no more. It is sickeningly sweet, sickeningly fruity sweetness. This is a clubbing fragrance. That's it. Very limited usage. But it's cheap. Like I said, women like it. And so I think that's why people are out there wearing it. I really do. So, Jupe Home, which means him. I don't know if I've said that in this video yet, but that's what that means. There's home, and then there's femme, him, and her, kind of. Okay. This next one is from the house of Dolce & Gabbana, and is one of the most disappointing fragrances of all time, and it is The One by Dolce & Gabbana. It does not perform, it does not project, there is no sillage, it's dead. On paper, I should love this fragrance, and I like the notes, but it does not perform. This is the EDT, which is the better one. I mean, this is the one that they say to get. And I really like it. You know, it has the complexity like you would expect from an amber fragrance, a little bit of that booziness and richer, complex notes. But whoever designed it did such a horrible job that it doesn't last more than like a half an hour, and with a price point of $80, there's no way that that's worth it. Alright, the next one is one of the first, if not the first, fragrance that I ever got, or not got, that I sprayed, that I smelled, and this was my father's cologne growing up. And it is Michael Jordan, still in production. It is a sports fragrance. Soapy, bergamot, woods, fresh, citrus. Think about the body wash, Old Spice, Axe, this pretty much. It's meant to be fresh, but it's a $15 sports fragrance that is still being made. Probably the perfect, like, dad fragrance, still, I swear. It's musky, it's masculine, Versace, and it is Blue Jeans. Blue Jeans. I got this from my most hated fragrance video, and people said that it smelled like bug spray. Great atomizer. I don't remember. I just included this in a video, I think. But I don't remember which one. I think it might have been my office fragrances. I don't remember. Anyways, it comes on a little strong, pungent. Definitely gets into the nostrils there. Has a beautiful layering of citrus. I can't tell if it's orange or lemon, but that's the opening notes. Sweetness of the fruit. I don't know where they get bug spray from. I don't get any of that whatsoever. Instead, what I get is a subtle fragrance. 2 or 3 sprays. It's going to die down. Wear on your skin. It's going to be fine. I think it's an inoffensive fragrance, but clearly, because it made to the most hated list, clearly it's not. But it's a very affordable fragrance at that. So we have 2 more fragrances here from this list. And the first one that I have is Courageous. Courageous. And if you can't tell, this is a supposed clone of Invictus, which we discussed in the first hour. It's a blues fragrance. I think Invictus is one of the best blues fragrances out there. And, no wonder other groups are trying to do it, but there's a lot of good Invictus clones. Victorioso Victory is a good one. This is not. That's just not. And then the last from my Temu fragrances is, it's the funniest name. Barakat, I think is the funniest name, but this is a close second. This is Sauvage, not Sauvage, Sauvage Home. And obviously, this is a fragrance clone of Sauvage EDT. It's got a weird looking atomizer to it. It's clear. It's, to be fair, I don't really care for Sauvage that much, so I'm a bad judge of that. But anyways, these fragrances are from my Temu / worst fragrance video, and man, there's some pretty good ones. The Jack by Fragrance World is very good. Uomo is very good. You also have some classics in here like Eternity and Light Blue. Blue Jeans is a good designer fragrance. And the Fragrance World of Baccarat and Angel Share. I just love Angel Share DNA. I would vote it my favorite no matter what it was or where it was. So I love it. So they're pretty good too. But also a couple disappointments in there with the gray flannel and the one by Dolce & Gabbana. Anyways, let's move on. Alright, let's go into the next hour, and I'll turn my light off, so it might be a little bit darker. I'm just assuming everybody at this point is sleeping, but the party continues. So, this hour, we're going to talk about, quite frankly, fragrances that do not have a home right now. I outgrew all of my shelves and my places to put these fragrances. Right now they're just chilling on my desk, and most of these fragrances come from my most recent videos of subscriber requested fragrance hauls and TJ Maxx, Ross, and Marshall's hauls as well. So stick around, you're gonna see some subscriber requested fragrances, and you're gonna see some a lot of English laundry. So if you want to check that out, that'd be great. Alright, let's go. So I introduced from somebody that TJ Maxx and Marshalls, by the way, Marshalls and TJ Maxx are owned by the same company, and so the fragrances that you see at TJ Maxx, you'll also find at Marshalls and vice versa. It just depends on the store manager and what they ordered. But I had heard that Alts were at TJ Maxx. But not mine. And finally, lo and behold, I actually did find one. And it's the funniest thing because this is the fragrance that I was most wanting. In fact, in my shopping cart on Alt, I had this in there. And so it was the only one that they had. And I was happy to see it. And it is Alt Stallion. So, Alt Stallion is a fragrance clone of Parfums de Marly's Leighton, and Leighton is my daily driver. I love Leighton. I love Leighton, and I think it's one of the best fragrances. So, this, on the other hand, does not hit for me. I was a little disappointed, not because of the scent profile. The scent profile is pretty accurate. It kind of takes on a bit of a lemon lime kind of fragrance profile, and the thing that I don't like the most about it is Leighton is like incredibly mentholated. It smells very sharp and pungent to the nose, and they took out all of that in Alt, so it kind of just smells when you spray it how it's going to spray in the dry down, and I think it removes a lot of the fun stuff from Leighton. But I will say this: $19.99 at TJ Maxx. This is a 2 ounce on Alt. It's either I think it's like $30 on Alt plus shipping. So I don't understand it, but TJ Maxx is much cheaper. So if you want to get Alt fragrances, go check out TJ Maxx or Marshalls. But, you know, it's not awful. It just removes that part of Leighton that I most enjoy, which is that mentholated sharpness, and it kind of just takes it out of commission, which is sad to me. Okay. Now, while I was there, I also came across, it's crazy, you come across things you never even knew it existed, and that's the benefit. So many of my fragrances, you know, I get these guys on the internet, right? Fragrance Net, Perfume Spot, Fragrance X, Forever Luxe, Perfume Empire. But you can only order what you know about, and sometimes there's some really good fragrances out there that you don't even know exist. So I was at TJ Maxx, and I was kind of poking around, and I saw this name, and I'm very familiar with this name in fashion, but I had no idea they made fragrances, and the name is Joseph Aboud, and Joseph Aboud is the chief designer, if you will, of Men's Warehouse, and didn't know they had fragrances, sampled them, and thought they were wonderful. So always look up the price on eBay or Google if the shops have them, and this thing was going for like $70 online, and in TJ Maxx I think it was $15, and so I said, you know what, even if I don't wear it, like, I gotta buy it. Like, I don't want to walk away from something and not having bought it and then regret it, you know. I've done that just a handful of times, but it's followed me around, and I think about it in those moments, so I went ahead and just bought it, and, you know, I didn't really plan on liking it that much, but weirdly enough, I did, this is an eau de parfum concentration, so it's a little bit nicer. I'm growing to dislike EDT more and more with the lack of longevity and performance. This first one is called Mountain. And Mountain is an evergreen fragrance. It's woodsy, it's masculine. And I'm actually going to spray it because I really want to sample it again. Right off the bat, you're getting a super hit of bergamot, super Italian bergamot. It's very apparent, it's very clear, it's very obvious. As it sits there, it's becoming more sweet, citrus sweet, but as it dries down, you start to get some of that woodsiness in there and get more of that evergreen kind of vibe from it. I tell you what, I was so impressed by this fragrance and its overall performance and everything that I literally went out the next day and got another bottle that I intend to give as a Christmas gift. I was just so impressed by it. And I would 100% recommend it. Now, the other one that I got at the time was called Bespoke. Again, a $15 fragrance, but this guy has some of what I call luxury notes, deep, tonal, boozy complexity. The problem with this guy is it does not perform. At the get-go, it smells a little candy-ish, a little playful, but it transforms into something that's a little bit more boozy, a little bit more complex. A date night kind of fragrance, something more serious and less playful, but like I said, it does not have nearly the performance or the projection as Mountain. But I was able to actually get this guy. I sprayed it and nothing came out, and so I got brand new bottles of it. Never been used, and to me that was just a steal. Now when I went back to get Mountain, I found another one that wasn't at the TJ Maxx that I went to the first time, and this is Terrain. I love it when they have that kind of like gradient in the bottle. So you see like kind of pink, salmon color, and going up to blue. And here you see $14.99. This is what all of them cost. Now Terrain is kind of that mix between the two. Terrain brings into a special layer. A little bit more of like a Paco Rabanne or a Sauvage style. Maybe even a little bit of a why, man, it smells high-end. It smells luxurious, but it's still playful. It's rich and a little complex. But you have your base notes that are grounded in something woodsy, earthy, and then you have your top notes which are very playful. It just smells like a $150 fragrance, by Yves Saint Laurent, and it's really good. $15. I don't know if I showed you that, but I would 100% recommend going out and getting these Joseph boots. 100%. Okay, next. This fragrance was from my suggested video, and this is CR7 by Cristiano Ronaldo. I heard good things about Real Madrid. I heard good things about Messi's fragrance as well, so I might have to pick that up, but not at all what I was expecting. I heard some dum-dum say that this is very similar to Paco Rabanne fragrances, specifically 1 million. Not even a little bit, not even slightly. what you have is a little bit muskier, a little bit woodsier, and a little bit more manly fragrance in CR7. The biggest thing that does this fragrance a disservice is its concentration. When I tested this on skin, it developed beautifully, and I really enjoyed it. But it was gone within an hour and a half. It just does not perform. But that was on skin. If I sprayed it on fabric, yeah, it'd probably perform a little bit better, for sure, for sure. Okay. This next one I got on one of my Ross pickups. And this is Bora Bora by Claiborne. Bora Bora is one of those fragrances, you know, kind of like Mambo, that's always going to be available at these rack stores. And I really liked it on the opener, but when it sat, it kind of just had a book spray kind of vibe. And you know, I've heard fragrances described as kind of that book spray vibe, and I've always been like, I don't understand. When I sprayed this, I was like, oh, I understand. It's tropical, it's fresh, it's salty, it reminds you of being somewhere tropical and by the ocean, but I guess part of that is also mimicked in sunscreen and bug spray, so like I get it, but to me it just was not a fragrance that I was like, incredible, let's do it again. Kind of the same thing with Milestone or a Millesime. It's the same thing. I'm like I see what you're going for, but it doesn't mean that I want to put it on my skin, you know. So anyways, moving on, the next one was another Ross pickup, and this is another Claiborne, and this is Curve, and it's what we're doing right now. Chill, Curve, chill. And Curve Chill is probably the worst Curve, and that's not to say it's bad. I don't think it's bad at all, but it was ranked one of the worst, I think. And quite inexpensive. It's very fresh, very sweet, very floral, kind of like a laundry detergent mixed with something like an Italian lemon or bergamot. As it dries down, it doesn't change that much. It's just a nice, solid, sweet, high school young person fragrance, or just hanging around the house, just chilling around the house. So, on my adventure to collect all the curves, we have Curve Chill. The next one I also picked up at I think it was Amazon. I think I had a gift card or something, so I got this from Amazon. This is Curve Connect, another Claiborne, and this is the red fragrance. Think spicy. Now this one I think is quite strange, because yes, it is spicy, as red fragrances typically are, but the spices used in this I think are very strange selections. I think when I smell this, like a cumin or coriander, kind of a Hispanic dry rub almost. And I think that might just be because of its adolescence. I think it needs to macerate and take take a play out of the book of Curve Chill, and just chill for a couple months, and then, you know, I can come back and check it out. But I really didn't dig it. Weird spices, I think, that they used in there, just kind of super strange. So whatever, it is what I've been hearing a lot about Periellus, and I was like, man, I didn't have any. There was no Periellus whatsoever in my collection, and so I went to Ross, and they had a whole bunch of Periellus. And when I saw this, I was like, shoot, yeah, let's do it. Let's get some. And, started grabbing for it and noticed that it was an EDT concentration, and it was less. Basically, I could get a better deal online. And so I put it back. But my eyes kind of gravitated towards this other box. And this box said Periellus Red Sky. And I'm like, man, what is Red Sky? And so I grabbed it, looked it up, hardly nothing on the internet about it, and saw it on eBay going for like $90. And I'm like, man, let's just get it. If it's going for $90, pick it up for 20 here. It's a no-brainer. So I did. And this is what it looks like. One of the coolest looking bottles I've ever seen. I really like red fragrances. I really do. And at first, I thought this was going to be spicy. And I was wrong. Right off the bat, you get this rich complexity. I don't know what earthy tone is in there. I don't think it's tobacco, but it could be tobacco, leather, suede, something in there that I can't pick out. Has a earthy tone grounding, and then you have this complex battle between that and a fruitiness that's balancing it out. Similar to black opium over red or red tobacco, but the thing that's interesting about this is that it also has a pleasant playfulness that kind of the sky fragrances have, a little powderiness, like you're in the clouds almost. It's weird, but I love it. It's a great fragrance, and I would 100% recommend picking up Red Sky, maybe even a backup bottle, if you can find it at Ross. It might have been just a very brief thing, because every time I've gone back to Ross, they haven't had it. Because I was thinking about picking up one myself. Okay. Up next, we have one of the best OG fragrances that I've ever seen. And this is Usher. Man, not UR, not any of the flankers. This is the original. The only thing that I don't like about this fragrance is the fact that it's an EDT concentration and does not last long. This is what I call a dad fragrance. It is for the man who does not like anything crazy. This is a beautiful, rich, spicy blend that is totally inoffensive. Totally and completely inoffensive. Usher is one of the very few. There's not a lot, let me tell y'all, there's not a lot. One of the very few fragrances that has the distinction of being one of the only fragrances I've ever finished the bottle with. And it should be very happy because of that, man. I don't finish bottles because I rotate. I finish that bottle. Let's see, it's that one. Aqua di Gio, the original Borehole, and David Beckham's Instinct. Though I don't wear that anymore. I'm not even sure where that is, actually. We'll get to that one eventually. It's hiding around here somewhere. Okay. Up next from my... Oh, and that was a Ross pickup, by the way. requested or recommended videos. It is A-Bar. And this looks like it's from the House of Lattafa. It has this gorgeous amber fragrance that you would think would come from the House of Lattafa or Al Haramain, but actually it comes from the House of Rassi. 2.2 ounce. And looks beautiful. It really does. It has a very similar bottle that Al Haramain uses for their Amber Oud series. So, this has total and complete angel share vibes. Right off the bat, you're getting a scotch, like a butterscotch kind of sweetness. You're getting a booziness, a brandy, a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Oh, the paper thing fell off. Okay, I'll take the plastic off. There we go. A little bonus crinkles for y'all. I like it. I like it a lot. A gorgeous, boozy, warm vanilla in the base. Welcoming fragrance. It checks off every box that you would be looking for from Angel Share. It does not have the sweetness that the Angel Share clones have, or the, I don't know how I want to say it, but the inferiority of Angel Share. Angel Share's got some issues as far as sillage and performance are concerned, but not this guy. Not this guy. It's just a gorgeous fragrance, and it's not a monster when it comes time to projection. It's just not. It's just not. It will sit pretty, and when you get close to it, you'll be like, God dang, who is that? Oh, that's me. That's what I did 3 or 4 times. On skin, it was incredible. But that is a 7/8 sprays you could get away with probably in order to do some real damage with that guy, and it's a little expensive. So that's not really something that I want to do, but there are a few fragrances out there that I think can sort of match up to that Angel Share kind of vibe, and that's one of them. That is Rassi's A-Bar. The first time I saw it, I actually said it was from Lattafa, because it's Lattafa, like straight up looking at it, it's Lattafa, but it's not, it's Rassi. Okay. This next one was again from my most referred fragrance or recommended. Man, I botched this one up. Not that I didn't do a good job describing it, but I totally forgot about a fragrance that it was cloning. Totally forgot about it. Never do that. I never do that. And this is Mustache by Rojas. One of the coolest looking bottles that I've ever seen. So cool, so cool. And this is a clone of YSL's Tuxedo. Now, I have Suits by Fragrance World because I really like Tuxedo, and that explains why I like this guy too. And when I tried Mustache, I was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. But never occurred to me that it was a clone. I think I was kind of just blown away by how good I thought it was. And off the nose, it's not Tuxedo. It takes a few seconds. But it's very citrus forward right off the base, stinging the nostrils with a little, that lemon stings the nostrils with some citrus. And, man, I never in a million years years thought tuxedo, and then I heard someone talk about mustache, and like, yeah, it's a great 90% is what he said of tuxedo. I'm like, what do you talk like tuxedo? What are you talking about? I love tuxedo. That's not tuxedo. And then I sprayed it, and I'm like, God dang it. I was like, that is tuxedo. So he was very right. I wouldn't say that I was wrong, but I mean, I straight up didn't put two and two together. And yeah, it's complex, it's rich, but it's also what they call, I would say, a dress-up fragrance. It's not your everyday driver. It's not your office fragrance. It's not your go-to-work fragrance. It's a date-night fragrance. It's a special event, gala, wedding fragrance, that kind of thing. And quite a while ago at this point, I had a subscriber ask me, what should I wear to a wedding? Like, what are your thoughts? And I actually gave him Suits by Fragrance World. I thought it was great, and I stick by it, and I still do with Mustache. I love the fragrance. It's great, wonderful. At TJ Maxx, I guess they had a bit of a limited supply because I went back today and they don't have any more of these. But this is from the house of Sahari. It's a fragrance called Sama Malaki. And this is an eau de parfum concentration. When I first saw it, obviously, my first thought was Latafa. Very drawn to that Middle Eastern gold logo. Love the cap. It's plastic, but I like it. And, you know, I had to get this. There was no way I wasn't going to get this. And, man, I just came into this guy with no expectations whatsoever. I said, this is either going to be good, it's going to be bad. It doesn't matter, because, you know, I didn't spend that much money on it, so let's just see. And boy, was I blown away. It has sort of a bergamot orange kind of opener. Tried and true. But it also has this rich complexity, this symphony of fruity notes mixed in with something more complex. And I can't tell what it is. I think it needs to macerate a little bit more. Something light. I don't want to say bamboo because I don't think it's bamboo, but I think there's something, a lighter wood. And maybe it's just your usual old cedar, birch, or patchouli, and it just goes a little bit lighter with it. It's harder to recognize because right off the bat it's just so heavy with the citrus, but it punches well above its weight class, and I'd recommend it. Next, this is Confidential by Latafa. And this is a clone of Tiziana. One of those, that fragrance. The bottle looks almost exactly like it, so very fresh, very not fresh meaning like laundry detergent, like fresh meaning energetic, because it is over the top sweet and over the top citrus and over the top fruit notes that reminds me a lot of Herba Pura, and, you know, very limited use. I think a gym cologne maybe, clubbing cologne maybe. It performs very well, but after a couple hours, I want to get it off me, man. It's too much. Also from the house of Latafa, you have Oud Mood. Now, Oud Mood, this is from my Latafa fragrance haul. I think like one of the top most purchased fragrances from Latafa right now. And this is a clone of a fragrance called Oud fragrances. That's a $300 fragrance. This is a $20 fragrance. Not a lot of people like oud. Not a lot of people like oud. Kind of smells like a wet dog to some people, but there's also a lot of people that say you can only wear it in the cold, which I would have agreed to. But then I heard someone talking about it. It's a staple in Middle Eastern fragrances, and it doesn't really get that cold over there, and people wear it all the time, so I think it's all about how you wear it. But yeah, there's not a lot of people don't like oud. It's just the way it is. I myself am kind of on the fence. I could take it or leave it. So that does it for these. Now I'm just looking at seven English laundries, and I'm trying my best to get all of them, and the reason why is because they are currently at Marshall's and TJ Maxx for $15. Brand new. Anywhere else they're like 60 to 70. Discounters maybe 30, but never 15. So I've been going all over the place trying to get all of them, and I've gotten quite a few. There's a couple that I haven't gotten, and I don't even know if they are shipping them to TJ Maxx and Marshalls, but I keep going back hunting anyways. And to start with the first one. This first one is called Signature. Now, I was told that there's one called Arrogant. I know about that one, but I was told that Signature and Arrogant are the same. And from what I understand from my research, they're very similar, but they're not the same exactly. So this is Signature. And Signature is a fresh laundry detergent kind of fragrance. Powdery. So powdery. Just off the top, a little bit of sweetness, but over the top, floral notes, powderiness, soapiness, freshness. This is a fragrance that you put on when you want to smell clean. If you have not showered in 2 weeks and you want to fool the world, spray some of this and you will be shocked. I even saw one of these at Ross the other day, and I did not pick it up because I don't need double of these, but I was tempted. New inbox, $15, and I was never gonna pick up English laundry. I've seen them before, but seeing them on the internet and in the gift sets, and knowing how much they cost, and knowing that they are a designer fragrance, man, I saw it on the shelf there, and I'm like, ooh, designer fragrance, okay. And then the price was right, and that was it. That was the only one they had there was Signature. And then I went to another TJ Maxx, and I picked up 3 of them, or 2 of them, I can't remember, 3 or 2, I don't remember, but they were different, right? And I have not seen this fragrance again at any of the other ones, so I'm so glad I found it there. And this one is Charmer. Now, this is 15, as all of them are. I don't know where this thing gets off saying that it's compared to $20. It is not $20 anywhere. You go to Amazon and they are $70 to $80. Now, I'm fortunate to have found this because I can't find it anywhere else as I spray it on my face. But Charmer is not my favorite amongst them. Charmer is not my favorite. Charmer is fresh, it's citrusy, and it's totally inoffensive. unlike Signature that has those floral notes in it that might be a little divisive. You're not going to offend anybody with Charmer. You're just not. It's fresh. It's playful. Like a very, very neutered. Born in Roma. Intense. Very neutered. Very neutered. But it's there. It's playful. I think it was named well. Honestly, I do. I think it takes on a happy-go-lucky type of I'm here, take me or leave me kind of thing. Let's have a good time. So, those were my first two that I found. And then I went on a trip almost out of the state, right there on the border, and wanted to kill some time because it was a long drive home. And I said, well, shoot, there's a Marshalls and a TJ Maxx and a Ross. So I went to those, and wouldn't you know it, in the Marshalls, I found, I think, three or four. And this is what they were. The first one was Crown. And I have not been able to find this guy anywhere else. So again, I'm glad that I picked this up. A lot of times I'll have Signature. They will have Armor, which we'll get to, and then Oxford Blue, which we'll get to, but I've only seen this once. Like Charmer, I've only seen it once. I love the bottles. Love them. And what you have with Crown is not neutered. Crown is a much more abrasive version of what I think Charmer is. It reminds me if you would have sprayed a Halloween fragrance by Jesus de Bozo, the original Halloween man, and then gave me Crown. I don't know if I could tell you the difference. Very strong off the base. Very friendly. Very excitable. Very fresh and fruity. In the dry down, they become a little bit more different. Crown is masculine. Crown has woody bass notes to it. It starts off fresh, but it calms down, and it gives you much more of a masculine vibe as it sits. It's incredible. It's a very, very good fragrance. Up next is, I already mentioned it, Oxford Blue. This, if you're gonna find any of these in Ross or TJ Maxx, it'll probably be this one right now, Oxford Blue or Signature. This one, it kind of looks like you can't see through it, but you can. It's just a little reflective, but when you hold it up to the light, you can see through it. But it kind of looks like it was just painted. But you can see through it. It's just a little abrasive. And this is your very perfumey, powdery, light blue-esque kind of fragrance. It doesn't go for a blues fragrance like Cool Water. That's just fresh and sea notes and aquatic. It goes for that kind of light blue powderiness of Dolce & Gabbana. And as it sits, it becomes sweeter, and that's no doubt, I'm sure, from the floral notes and the citrus and the fruits staying very prominent in that. A good buy, especially for $15. A good buy. Okay, now this next one, I believe I found this later at another TJ Maxx while I was killing time, and this is Armor. Actually, no, never mind. I can just look at the stickers. So, this I found at a TJ Maxx. Not the one that I told you about, that TJ Maxx bags that I went down that I just told you about when I was on my trip had nothing. It was all Marshalls. This, Marshalls. And then this one I picked up on the same Marshalls trip. And they had, I think, 2 or 3 of these. But I've seen 1 or 2 since, so they're not impossible to find there, at least right now. Armor. And I really like this one. I really like this one. This takes a little bit of a deviation from the other ones that have just been super friendly and inoffensive. This one says, I'm okay with offending some people. It has this spicy sweetness to it. It's got a lingering fruity and citrus in there stinging the nose. I don't know what that is exactly. The saving grace to this, that I think you could get it and still wear it in public and whatnot, is the fact it does not project great. It's not a monster projector. But it's a gorgeous fragrance. I'm hoping as it macerates a little bit that'll come to the surface. But it's certainly a very masculine fragrance. Okay, this next one I also picked up at that Marshalls. And this is Cambridge Night. Like the other one, and when you don't see it directly in the light, it looks like it's painted. When you hold it up to the light, you can see through it. It's kind of weird. I don't really like those bottles, and I mean it is painted. I don't know if you can see that, but you probably can't. There is a chip in the paint, so I don't really like the painting of the bottles, to be honest with you. Cambridge Night is a one and done as well for me, like Charmer. Never seen it since. And I just noticed that they do this, and I'm guilty of it at times as well. Spray it in here and then put it back on, because my atomizer is drenched right now. I'll have to do something about that. Cambridge Night. And this is just a monster. This is going to come in, and it's going to hit you with some birch. It's going to hit you with some muskiness, some patchouli perhaps in the base. It's going to be forward, masculine thinking, but not soapy, not clean, rough, rugged. But it certainly still does have some of that bergamot in the base, or not the base, but in the top notes that gives it a playfulness. Cambridge Night. I like the themes. I like the night kind of themes. And then this last one I got along with Oxford Blue at a TJ Maxx, and ever since I haven't been able to find any more, so I think this is the majority of the English laundries for men. I've seen a couple for women, but I don't really care to collect perfumes. I don't like them that much. There's a couple perfumes I like, but most of them no. Too floral and too weak, playful. I like complex, rich notes, and that's not a thing that's present in most perfumes. So I still need Arrogant. I still need Riviera. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 that I need as well. But I was happy to find this guy, and it's a one and done as well for me. This is London. This is London, and I was upset when I found this because somebody just put a plain cap on it, and it took me some digging, but I did finally find the English laundry cap because that would have just looked really weird. So I don't even know if this is the right cap. It's got a gold atomizer, which makes me think that it should have a gold cap, but at least it's an English laundry that's been sprayed the most. That's the worst part about TJ Maxx and Marshalls, where people can spray them, is you might find a great fragrance, but it's already been sprayed like 200 times, and you just have to deal with that, and they don't discount it, which I think they should. If you're going to get less, then you should pay less. But this is another one of those that people do this, spray in the cap and then put it back on. It's funny because they probably saw Jeremy Fragrance do that, because it's what he does. You go around to all the testers, but there's a difference, because testers people don't buy. You have a tester in the store, people don't buy that. So it's okay to do that. It's not okay to go around and spray in the caps of fragrances people are actually going to buy. That's just my opinion. And London has the most niche-y, unique kind of fragrance, I think, out of all of them. Oh, I'm trying to think. It reminds me of something, and I can't put my finger on it right now. Very fresh, very fruity, almost Aventus vibes. Yes, that's what it is. It is Aventus vibes. It has kind of a smokiness, and I don't know if it's a lemon or a pineapple. I've seen like an Al Remains version of Aventus, they use lemon instead of pineapple. So I see those substituted. I can't tell what this one is. Yeah, this is very similar to Aventus. As it sits, it's getting more and more similar to Aventus, which makes me wonder if any of these other ones are clones of anything else, because London has so much of that Aventus DNA in it. Interesting. It's not 100%, like, definitely, if you want an Aventus clone, don't get London, go get Club de Nuits Intense, go get Al Remains La Adventure, go get Alt's Executive. That's just my opinion, but it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm starting to like that Aventus DNA more and more. That's interesting. So I didn't say this, I guess I didn't communicate this, but that's the first time that I've ever sampled those English laundries. So, similar to the Cuba video, that was the first time I've ever sampled them. I sampled Charmer and Signature, but I've never tried the other ones. So let's rank them before we go on to the next hour. Let's rank these guys. Which one did I like the least? Man. Dang it. I don't really want to say which one I like the least. Maybe Cambridge Night. Maybe. I kind of see myself wearing it, but it's kind of just like masculine for the sake of being masculine, and I don't know. I think it's more of a testament to the other ones being so good. I think so. Okay, next, I said it and I meant it. Charmer, I think, is probably second to last. And then Crown. Man, Crown is good. It's just a little soapy. Oh man. I don't know why I did this to myself. A little bit metallic, I think. Armor is a little bit metallic. Oxford blue. Actually, now that it sits, I do get that kind of sharpness from the cool water and some of that maybe salty notes. That's interesting. Oh my gosh. That did not help me at all. And then signature. Signature. Why? Because I have to. Because I have to. I think it's great. I probably would not wear it though, just because it's not the type of style that I usually rock. But it's great. I really like it. Okay. Man. Okay, so now I'm with armor. Let's go armor. And the reason why it gets that spot is just because it's not as discernible. It's not discernible enough for me. It's a little bit more bland than the other ones. And man, then we're gonna have to go. I really don't want to put Oxford Blue as third. I'd rather it be higher because it actually is good, and it's one of these I would 100% wear this one. But then there's Crown, like, come on, buddy. Okay. I'm gonna do this because London borrows so heavily from Invictus. I'm gonna give it the third place. Let that not be a reflection of its quality, because it is good. You know, the worst part about these TJ Maxx Marshalls fragrances is the stickers. They never just come off. So one of these days I'm just gonna have to remove all of them and have like some of that goo gone stuff to get the goo off of it, because they just, I get it, like you want those stickers on there hard, but man, it just, these bottles are I mean, look at this. Look at Oud Mood. It's gorgeous. What a gorgeous, gorgeous bottle. Look at A-Bar. This thing easily could be its own work of art. Gorgeous, gorgeous bottle. And putting those stickers on that, to me, it's a crime. It really is. Okay. Notice how I'm like buying my time here. Crown just reminds me of that DNA. I just love this DNA that Crown has. I love this Valentino Born in Roma Intense Paco de Bonds. I just love it. But I also am quite enjoying this sharp blues fragrance. Okay, Oxford Blue is number 2, and then Crown is going to be number 1. I love the Born in Roma intense vibes that it's kicking out, and oh my gosh, so good. Lemon lime kind of thing. The good news for you is that Oxford Blue is available everywhere right now, so go pick that up. Okay, that's all that I got right now. Let's go get some more and keep on going. Okay, so now we are going to move into, I don't really know what to call this section. This is my second shelf, if you will. There's a top shelf, which is, you know, obviously where the stuff that I use most frequently is, but you have a very wide array of fragrances on this shelf, and yikes, there's a lot of them. So let's get started. Probably with my favorite here, and this is from the Dusty line, apparently. Good lord, it's a little I grab this guy all the time for it to be dusty, man. This is from the Amber Oud line of Al Haramain, and this is Amber Oud Blue Exclusive. I don't know if you can see the juice levels there. Probably, right? But yeah, I've used this guy. So the one thing that I don't like about the Amber Ouds is that they are 2 ounces. So remember when I said that A-Bar, Rassi's A-Bar, looked like this? This is kind of the bottle. It's big, it's glass, it's bulky. This, I think, is better. It has that opening fruit notes of late in the mentholate. It kind of stings your nose. It's a really good fragrance. But it's a little pricey. In fact, back before Layton was ridiculously priced, this was actually more expensive than Layton, drop for drop. And just remember, it's 2 ounces, and also it's the exclusive edition. The Amber Oud Blue Edition is a clone of Blue de Chanel and not Layton, so there's a difference there. And then we got a cousin in the back, and this is Al Haramain's Gold Edition, and this is going to be your clone of Herba Burras by Xerjoff. And I spray these so many times, I don't need to spray them now. I remember what they're like, but Herba Burra and this, it's a pretty loyal clone, and this is a lot of fruit. Red notes, green notes, just fruit. Fruit is fruit is fruit, non-discernible. It's not like you can go in there and pick out, oh, that's strawberry, oh, that's kiwi. No, like there's none of that. It's just straight up fruit. And it's a good clubbing fragrance. It's unisex, but definitely a little bit more feminine, I would say. But it's a good one though. I'm not gonna say it's not a good one. Alright, next. I actually just featured this on my office fragrances, and I originally got this for my fragrances, childhood fragrances, and this is Diesel for Life. Diesel for Life, I used to idolize as a child because it was $60, and back then to me that was like unobtainable. Now I have, these fragrances that I'm stupid enough to buy for, $200. I used to think this was manly and musky, and I guess it just shows how confused I was. This is sweet, fruity citrus. A little masculine, but 100% unisex, I think, still. So, Fuel for Life by Diesel. I will say, maybe they have another one, but, oh yeah, I have another Diesel one here too, and it's the same thing. I would think Diesel, like, leather and masculine, manly, woodsy kind of fragrances, and no. Nope. They are sensual and sweet, and I'm like, that does not really fit in with what I think of as Diesel, but it is what it is. It's good. They're good fragrances. Next. This used to be one of my favorite fragrances, and I thought I'd lost it actually, and I didn't, obviously. CK1. I've done quite a few videos with CK1, for instance. Of all of my fragrances, it makes the best tapping noises, and I'll show you. And then you can kind of start playing around with it. So, it's been featured on my tapping videos, and it's been featured on my celebrity videos, because Jared Leto, 30 Seconds to Mars, who played the Joker in Suicide Squad, he wears this still. It is a fresh fragrance, all CK1 fragrances, or canteen-like bottles. You can screw them off, and it's flower, fresh, sweet, and citrus. It is a spring or summer fragrance. I don't think I would try to wear this in the fall or the winter, but it's a classic. And actually, if you go to Marshall's, maybe Marshall's, but Ross, they have this in the women's section. I guess this is a clone of Aqua de Choo. And unlike that incredibly questionable Aqua de Choo clone that we tried from Temu, actually that one macerated pretty good, I will say. I dig it when I first got it. You should need to go back and watch that video, the Temu video, because I was like, this is disgusting, but it actually wasn't that bad. This is great. Back when Aqua de Choo was, 80 to 110 bucks a bottle or something, this made a lot more sense. Now you can get Pour Home, which is, the original Aqua de Choo. And now you can get it for like $30, $40 on discounter, so not as much sense, but still, it's like $8. It's a great clone and dries down very similar. You can tell there's a difference at the beginning, but dries down very similar. I gave this a top 5 recommendation for like a car clone. So you don't want to put nice clones in the car. The heat can destroy them, and what if it gets broken into or whatever. So get a nice cheap fragrance, stick it in there, and that, to me, that's go. That's a great fragrance. Great fragrance for that. Okay. This next one I was a little worried about because I cannot remember what this is a clone of. I cannot remember if it's Alpha Mall or Ultra Mall. And I want to say it's Alpha Mall. But knowing me, I probably just said the wrong one. So, this is an incredible clone of Jean Paul Gaultier's. I'm going to go Alpha Mall, but I'm pretty sure it's Ultra Mall now that I'm saying it. It's one of those two. And it's 9 p.m. It's not sexy looking bottle. It's very simple to the point, but I do like this. A heavy, weighty sort of orb on top. And this is one of the best JPG clones on the market. I will say though, it's not hard to clone at this fragrance apparently. And the cologne itself is only like $90, so again, you have to get into the mindset that I do. Or you don't have to, this is just what I think when I'm going through this. If something is financially achievable for me, if the fragrance is $60, I'm probably not going to go spend $30 on a clone. I'm probably just get the real thing, but maybe there's some individuals who would do that. It's fresh, it's linen sheets, it's right out of the washer, it's citrusy, it's just really pleasant, really inoffensive. It's never been my preferred scent profile, which is why I have this and it's gotten no use from me. But there's another fragrance called Rams, which is Lattafa's Ram Silver. And I don't want to say it's better, but it has more of a punch. The Rams does, has a little bit more of a boom. And that's just coming back to say that it's an easy fragrance apparently to clone, because you have a couple companies that have done it so well and actually made it better. I think made it better. Okay, this next one, let's just go to this one. This is Diesel again, and this is it only the Brave? Only the Brave, I think, or only the Strong. I don't remember what it is. Only the Brave or only the Strong. Does it stay on the top? Only the Brave. Super cool looking bottle. Obviously a fist with Diesel right there on there. I think that is pretty cool, but this, and I really like these cooler bottles because they're talking piece. I have this stuff on my dressers, out for other people to see and whatnot. So I think these things are basically artwork. So anytime I see something like this, I'm like, cool, man. diesel where you're like, that is not what I expected. This one again starts off very sweet, but it does have a, I don't know if it's cedar or teak wood, I don't know what kind of woodiness it has that draws it down and makes it a little bit more masculine, unlike the regular diesel from in. But it does have something in there. It does come off a little powdery and a little soapy, for sure, for sure. Okay, this fragrance is my favorite niche fragrance that I don't wear enough, and this is Brioni Intense. The reason why I don't wear it enough is based on the fact that it's divisive, for sure, for sure. A lot of people, they don't like this fragrance. I do, and I didn't realize this till I just looked at the bottom of the bottle. Literally had no idea. This is actually made by Lalique. Lalique made this. So this is Brioni, like the clothing designer, manufacturer, but made by Lalique. Fascinating. This is the Eau de Parfum, and I have a horrible track record. Fragrances that I end up despising. I buy like 6.7 ounce bottles, and then the fragrances I end up loving, I'm like, well, I only need like an ounce or two. Magnetic cap, which I love. But yeah, I do that garbage all the time. Drives me crazy. I just try to buy 3.4 if I can. So what you're getting here is very similar opening to Leighton, not note-wise pungency. It has this sort of mentholated Italian, is it Italian bergamot? I think so. Italian bergamot, Italian citrus. But it's like mentholated. It stings the nose. It gets your attention. And then when you have a dry down, you're talking about walking through an orchard. You're talking about fruits. You're talking about earthy notes. It's playful, but it is sophisticated. And I really like this guy. I wish more people would buy it. And I've always recommended it. But I don't know about it as a blind buy, which unfortunately you're going to have to do because they don't sell this in the stores. So good. And performance and projection are also great as well. Next you have a fragrance that's been in my collection for a long time. And this is Tommy Bahama's Cognac. Back when I was in graduate school, which was a hot minute ago, that was 7 years ago, I liked fragrances, but I didn't have money, and the money that I did have, I didn't want to spend on fragrances. Different mindset back then. And I got this thing called Debonair Scent, and Debonair Scent was a monthly subscription service, and they would send you these fragrances, and these fragrances were crappy quality fragrances, really cheap. And they'd send you decants, and one of those decants was Cognac by Tommy Bahama. Now, Cognac kind of took over for the original Tommy Bahama, which apparently was fairly loved, and people weren't happy with it. What you have is an overwhelming citrus, fruity, melon type of opener. Don't let it fool you. It's not boozy, it's not luxurious, it's sweet and it's sensual. I didn't know this, I just learned that. That is an eau de cologne concentration, which is something that I probably mess with now, but it's pretty good. It reminds me of like a melon fused with some of the fabric fragrances. So, next we have Into You, Him by Calvin Klein. This very interesting bottle. It's all plastic. Which is kind of cool. And this fragrance is very much just an inoffensive fragrance. We have, I believe it's an EDT concentration. This same guy that made Euphoria made this as well. They have a couple designers in Calvin Klein who have made a lot of their stuff. And I bought this just because the price was right. As a whole, it's clean, it's fresh, it's a little soapy. It's not something you're gonna remember, but it's also not something that's gonna offend somebody either. Making it a really good office fragrance or a school fragrance. It's cheap. It's a cool looking bottle, but that's about it. That's about all it really has going for it. Now, I talked about this fragrance about 40 minutes ago, I'd say. David Beckham Instinct. It's actually one of the first time I've seen a tester to put it on the label. Tester. That's weird. Different sticker. I've never seen that before. There's some soccer player, footballer fragrances that are actually really, really good. You know, just showed Cristiano Ronaldo's, and Messi has one, Real Madrid. And this is actually it's exactly what it looks like, right? I'll show you it smells exactly what it looks like. That, I haven't gone paid today. Spicy, aromatic, urine kind of look. And, it's just a spice bomb. It's an absolute floral, woodsy, clean, fresh spice bomb, making it a great choice for fathers. And, you know, the kind of people that are gonna like Usher and Michael Jordan are the kind of people that are gonna like David Beckham's Instinct. And David Beckham has a couple good stuff. Have you seen? I've got a couple of them. Like Intimately was the other one. So I don't know if I'd say he's an underrated design house. I don't know if I'd say that because no one's saying anything bad about him or good about him. I think he's so-so. Next. This is Vetiver by Guarleon, and back during the time in the 80s and the 90s when EDTs and expensive aromatic fragrances ruled the roost, I got this fragrance for my celebrity fragrance video because everyone and their mother wore this fragrance. Celebrities, everyone wore it. This is a fragrance that continues to befuddle me. I'm familiar with Vetiver. Vetiver is a very popular mid-note or bass note. It's chill. It's never at the front. It's incredibly at the front. And this, more than anything else, has taught me that I don't like Vetiver. I think it's a historical fragrance. I like to have it in my collection, but I look at this guy and I'm like, what the hell? What the hell? And that's all I can really tell you. If you don't know what vetiver is, or what it smells like, it's kind of like fermented cow urine to me. I mean, it's complex. What woodsy, but also aromatic and spicy. It's just kind of a strange thing. Speaking of strange, spicy, and aromatic, we have Aramis. I got Aramis because I remember as a child having an experience with Aramis. And there are also some celebrities that wore this, namely, I believe, George Bush wore Aramis. President George Bush. During the 90s, when spicy fragrances were still on the up and up. And what you have here is a very distinct kind of fragrance, for sure. Eternity, Aramis, David Beckham Instinct, Obsession. They all have this pungency that people don't like. When you see these people saying that they don't like this, this is what they're talking about. And it's not bad. It's not like, oh, stay away from it, like there's no redeeming qualities. No. It's not like there's no redeeming qualities. It's just difficult to sell this sort of cat urine-esque, spicy cat urine. In the 80s and even getting into the 90s, it was popular. It's just not popular anymore, but like everything goes out of style and comes back into style. It might be popular once more in the future. So next we have the OG. The OG that people hate. Despite being, I think, 40 years old, this fragrance is still found at stores like Ulta. Once a very expensive fragrance, you can now get this guy for $20. So, this, I do have to take a divergence and say I disagree with the amount of hate towards this fragrance. I'll tell you, it is not without a cause or useless. It's different. It's not this Aramis kind of, how am I gonna make this work? It's floral, it's sweet. Like 80s fragrances, it has 100 notes in it. And it's sugary, sweet, and almost reminds me of food, a delicacy. So I don't think it's without credence. And then next we have CKB. Again, I put this guy on my work fragrances because it's sweet, it's citrusy, and it's inoffensive. You can wear it to work. It's only going to last a few hours. When you go back in after lunch break, spray it again. It's good. It's nice. Is it the reinvention of the wheel? Absolutely not. And it's also not something that someone in the fragrance community is going to gravitate towards, because they look at this and they're like, there's nothing special. It doesn't perform or project well, but it's cheap. It's another good car fragrance, and I think it has some utility to it. So this next one is going to be a rough one for me. This is Nautica Blue, and if you've been with me for any point in time, you will know that I do not like Nauticas at all. But I have a mother who got them for me every Christmas. So I have darn near a perfect Nautica collection, and as you can see, I never used it because I don't like it. I think Nautica Blue might be the worst one, though. I don't even want to spray it. test out Nautica Blue. Remember when I told you about that Debonair scent? Well, I got another one from old Debonair scent, and this is Arsenal. Now this is from a company called Parfums Giles Contour, and it's okay. I don't think it's great. I'll spray it. It's spicy, and it's like a spicy blues fragrance, which I don't really know why I liked that much when I tried it from the decan, but whatever. Our tastes and what we find appealing, it changes. It changes over time, so I'm not gonna hold myself too guilty on that one. Next up, we have a good one, and a dang good one at that. And this is from what I think is the most criminally underrated designer, and it's from the house of Antonio Banderas. It's The Secret Game. My biggest beef with Antonio Banderas fragrances is they don't project. They don't last a long time, but you're gonna get an incredible fragrance for $15-20 on the high end, and man, they're good. They're good. I use mine historically for bathrooms, so spray the shower curtain, that kind of stuff. That's what I use for Antonio Banderas, but that's at least the third Antonio Banderas fragrance on here. The first two being the Blue Seduction at the very beginning, one of the first ones. Okay, this next one you will undoubtedly recognize. This is Cremo Spice and Black Vanilla. Wow. The quintessential fall fragrance. The other day, when I was at the gym, a girl walked past me, and at first, I don't know why I equate these two fragrances together, because they're not. It's not like they're identical, and maybe it could have been, but I think it was more likely that it was this one. Spice and Black Vanilla and Tobacco Vanille. And I know the easiest explanation of why I associate those two is the vanilla notes. And, I mean, Cremo has, what is it called? It's got some sort of suede. What is that? I can't remember what they call that, but it's kind of a wood. It's not suede wood. I don't remember what it's called right now. I'm kicking myself for that. I always forget it. But heavy vanilla, cardamom. Maybe she was wearing Tobacco Vanille. I don't know. It wasn't Tobacco Vanille. If she was wearing it, it was like Tobacco Touch or something like that. It wasn't, because the true Tobacco Vanille, it's not that sweet, which is why I thought it was this one anyways. It's very popular. It is a $15 fragrance. You can find it at the rack stores, TJ Maxx sometimes, and it's a good fall fragrance. Don't wear this in the summer or the spring. Does not mix well with sweat. It does not mix well with hoodies or heavy wools. It just doesn't. But an incredible fragrance, 100%. That vanilla rise now has me questioning. I need to go back and smell her. Actually, I don't even know who it was. I just walked through a scent trail and I'm like, what? My scent trail is always one thing when I go to the gym, and it's latent. So I'll never have to wonder who's wearing latent. It's me. fragrance is, I think, probably my most disappointing fragrance, and it's not because it's bad. It's because there's something in this guy that my body does not like, and this is Lattafa's Assad. This I don't know, something about this fragrance. I also tried this back to back with Tuscan leather, and it was not pretty, but Sauvage Elixir cologne. Not everyone's cup of tea, and even as I just put my nose up to it, I can feel my throat narrowing. I don't know what it is in that I'm allergic to, but it's something. Anyways, I've heard it's good. People who like it, like it. Up next, we have the favorite thing to shout if you are a fan of West Side Story, and that is Mambo. This is Mambo by Claiborne. I got this guy. Oh yeah, that's right. The atomizer's broken. You gotta like really, really want it. Like really, really want it. And I was pleasantly surprised by this guy. Sort of an 80s, 90s, before Curve. You'd have Mambo, and it's kind of the same vibes as Curve. I mean, same design house and everything. Just super citrusy, friendly, energetic, a young person's fragrance. And you can get this guy at Ross. And I like the bottle, it's cool. It kind of looks like a lava lamp to me. I think it's cool. So I'm a big fan. It's not complex enough for me to want to wear it, but I'd probably buy it again. I'd say so. The lines in which I actually have these fragrances on my shelf, and I don't know how this fragrance got put on the shelf with these three hitters, but it did. And not only did it get put on the shelf with these next guys, but it's leading the charge. And this is called Eclat d'Arpège, or rather, Eclat. And the fragrance is called d'Arpège. Is that true? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. So this is just, typical musky blues fragrance. Oh, almost totally missed the paper. This actually, I will say, it's not a powerhouse. But it actually isn't that bad either if you like very aquatic notes. That's what this guy is. Other than that, I don't know a single thing about it. I got it because it was either free or was on clearance or something. Looked interesting to me. But, I mean, here's the thing. Would I buy it again? No. Would I buy a lot of these fragrances again? No. I got them for a purpose, and now they sit there. But, like I said, fragrances are never going to expire, and I use them as talking pieces, and they look dang good, so it is what it is. Next, we have my most hated / most loved fragrance. Love-hate relationship with this guy all day. And this is Club de Nuit's Intense. Don't believe anybody who says this is unisex. This is a very masculine fragrance, and this is Armo's take on Invictus. This was, I believe, with every fiber in my being, the most popular Invictus fragrance. Even more than Invictus. Much more than Invictus. Knocks your socks off. if I like this more than Invictus. I'm not a huge fan of Invictus, so I'm not the right one to ask, but I think I do like Invictus a little bit better, and we'll get to Invictus later. Invictus will be featured in this as well, but you're getting a huge hit of a smokiness, and then you're getting cashmere wood. That's what it was, and Cremo cashmere wood. Anyways, there's none of that in Club de Nuit. Smokiness, spiciness, and then you're also getting an undercut with pineapple. Now, Club de Nuit Intense competition is La Adventure by, is it Latafa? Who makes La Adventure? Latafa, right? No, Al Haramain. I don't think Latafa. Does Latafa have an Invictus clone? I can't remember. Anyways, that subbed out the lemon, or the pineapple for lemon. This is true. This is a true Invictus fragrance. And this is also the Parfum, which is the best version of it. Now, I've been very critical of this fragrance because people buy it and bathe in it. The projection and the performance of this fragrance is second to none. It's incredible. You do not need to bathe in this 2 or 3 sprays, period. This is one of those fragrances that you have to wash off at the end of the day because it does not go away on its own. And that's good if you know how to use it. Most people don't. 5 or 6 sprays. Wake up the next day, throw on the same clothes, and hit it again, even though it still smells like it. That's why I don't like Club de Nuit Intense. But that's it. Other than that, it was a very good rendition of Invictus. Next, from the same line of Club de Nuit, you have Sillage. And Sillage is another clone of a Creed fragrance, and that clone is called Silver Mountain Water. I think it's Latafa that has a Silver Mountain Water clone called Derby. But there ain't nothing wrong with this one, let me tell you. Right off the bat, it's interesting. To me, it smells a little bit like latex. But it dries down to being something that's actually very pleasant. Floral notes, sweetness, sweet, floral, sweet, floral, back and forth. It's a unique fragrance. I know some people that have had that as their signature scent. Their daily drivers, their all-day fragrances, but man, I don't know if I would ever be one of those. It's sensual. It's a little masculine, but it's also a little, I don't know. It's not my vibe. But that's not to say there's anything wrong with it. It's a pretty loyal clone. Again, from the same house, Armo. Club de Nuit. This is Club de Nuit's Milestone. And this guy right here is a clone of Millesime, again by Creed. Now this guy, I cannot understand why Millesime is as popular as it is. When I sprayed this, I was like, what the dickens? It, again, is a good rendition, a good replica, but this, to me, this smells like Ethel down in Southwest Florida, retired after working 30 years in Brooklyn, New York, and is down by the sea and is applying all these topical lotions. 80-year-old Ethel shopping in the grocery store. That's what Millesime is to me salty, floral, fragrance, old. I just think old lady, old lady, old lady. But you know what? Your mileage may vary. You might like it. I don't. It's not even that I don't like it, it's that I think, scent is one of the senses, right? It's one of the five senses, taste, smell, sight kind of thing, and when you smell something, it has the ability to transport you and put you into another place and time and make associations, which is why it is oh so important to make sure that if you're dating a girl that you don't wear her ex's fragrance, right? And to me, it's not only about finding a fragrance you like, but sending a message that you like as well. Just my opinion. Okay. Next up, you have one of the craziest fragrances in the world, and this is Bijan. Almost 100 notes in this guy. In the 80s, I got this from my celebrity fragrance video. In the 80s, this was all the talk. $350 fragrance. Go and check out that. I think it's in my second celebrity fragrance video. And spicy, spicy, spicy. Oh my goodness, is it spicy? But it's got almost 100 notes, and what that means is you can't really pick anything out. It becomes very difficult to pick anything out. Yeah. This 100% comes from the mentality of more equals better. That's not true, at least now. In the 80s and the 90s, yeah, that was kind of the idea, but now, no. Bijan. Next. I have Nautica. This is Nautica Blue, so what was the other one? I guess it's just Nautica Blue, so two different. I don't care particularly for either of them. Next up, this next guy is an interesting fragrance. I got this at TJ Maxx, and it's from the Oud Wood collection, and this is Cedar. I don't usually like to buy eau de colognes, and as you see, I haven't even sprayed this that so much. People sprayed it in the store. But when I got a whiff of this for the first time, I was like, what the heck? And I had to buy it. This was my first experience with oud. I don't know how they did it, but the oud in here made me fall in love with it. Oud, to me, is woody, but it's so sweet. And this is the sweetest smelling oud fragrance that I've ever sampled before. Incredible. With that being said, it's an eau de cologne. I never use it, or used it past since. Okay, so this is a fragrance that you can find in the rack stores. I see this at TJ Maxx, Ross, and Marshall's. This is CK. Free. But it ain't free, let me tell you. It's affordable though, like $30-40. And I don't know, I kind of went crazy and bought a lot of Calvin Klein fragrances, and I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. They're just not attention-grabbing fragrances to me. This is a blues fragrance. It's a subtle blues fragrance. It's not going to offend anybody. You have your bergamot, you have your aquatic notes, you have a little bit of salt in as one of my go-tos for best office fragrance, I am a huge fan of Hugo Boss fragrances. That and Guess. I like Guess too. Whereas a lot of designer fragrances or fashion designer fragrances, they tend to just be citrusy, sweet. Hugo Boss doesn't. Hugo Boss puts in some more complex, deeper, woodsy notes, and this is no different. Is it sweet? Yes. It's kind of like a neutered version of Hugo Boss or Hugo Man, which comes in that twisty cap. It's like a lesser version of that, watered down. But if you want to be a little bit more daring with your office fragrance collection, it's not going to offend anybody, but it's more masculine and gets your point across. You're going to get compliments with that guy. And then I have, every time I talk about this fragrance, someone comments about how funny it is. I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm glad y'all find it that, but it is my frustration with this name. It is FCUK. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I thought it was great when I saw that, because I thought that they were trying to slip in a curse word, and not just like here in America. There's this vegan friendly dip, and it's called bitchin' sauce. And every time I open my fridge, sometimes it's turned just right to where all it says is bitch. You open the door and you're like, you get offended, but then you're like, oh, that's funny. And it is funny. I thought FCUK was their way of trying to slip in a curse word, and it's not. And it broke my heart. It is French Connection UK. I don't even think they tried to be provocative. It was just the way that the cookie crumbled. And what did I say? I think I said this one reminded me of light blue. Light blue. Yeah, I'm sticking with that. Not the notes. The notes are not light blue. I'm not saying this is a clone. No way, no way, no way. What I'm saying is that it is an over-the-top powdery fragrance that will fit that need in your collection for something like a light blue at a much less price, for sure. But absolutely heartbroken with that name. Alright, so coming up next, we have my high school fragrance. Everybody has a cringe high school fragrance. This is mine. I think most people probably, it's like Jakar or Aqua de Gio. This is mine. And this is my actual bottle that I had in there, and I guess it was a tester. This is Burberry. Very spicy. I can't say that now I don't really care for spicy fragrances that much, but back then, Burberry was everything. Man, a girl told me she liked this one time, and so that's what I started wearing. That's it. That's the only reason why this was my high school fragrance. That and light blue, for some reason. Being a young cringe teen, all the young girl cringe teens love this fragrance, so they loved it. I loved it. It's spicy, spicy, spicy. Bergamot, lavender, thyme, and mint. Geranium, sandalwood, moss, amber, tonka bean, and cedarwood. I actually really like geranium. I'm wearing Y Elixir right now, which has geranium as a very prominent note. Next. This is a YouTuber did me dirty with this one, man. Honestly, I'm trying to find a way to get rid of this guy. Probably just throw it in the trash. This is I Am King, and this is by Sean John, which I don't know if it's owned, inspired. I don't know what the connection is to Diddy, but there is one. I think he might be the owner of it, and I didn't like it to begin with, and now I definitely don't like it now that he's been accused of, raping everybody out there. So I'm just gonna move right on from that one. This next one is a throwback to fragrance. I got this one like 15 years ago and they're still selling it. I don't know, it might be a different rendition, but this is kind of like a body spray. I don't even know what the concentration is on this. All it's telling me here is that it's not tested on animals. It doesn't help me much. So, I got that. That might be, I hang on to that because that was a gift. All fragrances that I get as gifts, I hang on to. I'm never gonna get rid of a gift fragrance, period. I don't care if I don't like the fragrance, I'm never gonna get rid of it. Next, we have Davidoff's Cool Water. A nice little dent. I think this is the first fragrance that I actually bought with my own money and use. And this is a loose clone of Green Irish Tweed by Creed. Much better ones exist now. Back then, though, this was it. This was it. It's pungent. It stings the nostrils. The alcohol does not fade away. And it's a confusing fragrance. It's confused by itself, I think. Next we have The Golden Secret by Antonio Banderas. It's a nice, fresh, fruity. Yeah, bergamot. Fresh fruit, sweet, gorgeous sweetness. And this was a bathroom fragrance as well. 100%. Kind of reminds me now of a cheaper, lesser quality 1 Million. It's kind of what it reminds me of. It's got those vibes. This is the last Nautica that I have to show you, so after this I can relax, I guess, a little bit, but this is Nautica Voyage. And this is by far the best Nautica. I want to start off with something. There is nothing wrong with this fragrance. I just can't stand it. Women like it. It's affordable. It's nice. So whenever I say I don't like this, I'm not saying this is hot garbage. I'm saying I can't stand it. There's a reason why it's the most popular fragrance on Amazon. Most purchased anyways. Or used to be. And it's because it's cheap. And people like it and women like it. And so you got women buying it for their boyfriends, their husbands, their fathers. It's bluesy, it's sweet. I had a wonderful viewer say that he bought and sprayed it and it smelled like just rubbing alcohol, and I said, well, you gotta let it macerate. Hopefully it'll change a little bit once he does, but that is true. You get these fragrances that they're harsh, put them in a dark place, leave them there for 8 months, you've already seen it. Some of these fragrances, these cheap fragrances, they sing after 6 months. It's unbelievable. This next one is from the house of Sapple or Sabil, I don't know which one, and this is intense. Picked this guy up at TJ Maxx, fell in love with it, really enjoyed it, didn't realize it had a following until I already got it, which is great. They had a lot of the other one that I'm going to show you, but not a lot of this. They only had one of these, and I just noticed, as you can see, mine's broken. It's cracked there. That's alright. That has nothing to do with the atomizer. No leakage. I was in TJ Maxx yesterday, and I've been wanting to try Original Penguin. And I finally found one on their denim, and I was actually going to buy them. I had them in my hands. And there was one tester out, and I go to spray it, spray, and then kind of like went like this with my hand. You know, turn the bottle horizontal. The whole thing spilled out on the ground. It was the craziest thing. I said, this atomizer is so weak, it can just break. I don't want it. I put it back on the shelf and I left. That's all it took from me. So this is a clone of Wanted by Zaro. Also has some of that Invictus DNA as well. I love Wanted and I love Invictus, so obviously I love this fragrance. This is a EDT, and that is the only thing I don't like about it, but it's beautiful citrus you've already seen. Invictus showed that earlier. Beautiful citrus, lemon fragrance, aquatic fragrance. Strong fragrance. Next we have another sample. I don't know if they have more than these two. They might only have these two, I'm not sure. Let me know if they have more than these two, but this is intense. Noir. I don't know what noir means. I know a lot of fragrances like to use it. This guy, I remember being really excited about this because this is the first fragrance that I actually recognized, the first clone that I actually recognized. I sprayed it and I said, that's Invictus. It's Invictus. I didn't realize that like half the fragrances on the shelf were some form of Invictus clone, but it's a much lighter version than Club de Nuit's Intense, but it's there. It's smoky. It's citrusy. You get that. You get a bit of that pineapple hit. It's actually really good. I don't know what happened with these guys. I've been on quite a few TJ Maxx runs and I've never seen them since. But I know you can get them online and they're cheap. And honestly, they're not bad. And then I have the Good Scent 03. And this is as simple as it gets. There's 3 notes. Hence the 03, I think. Mandarin Orange, Violet Leaf, and Cedarwood. This is another one of those $10 fragrances from TJ Maxx that honestly I forgot I even had. That's delightful. That Mandarin Orange comes on, and it comes on pretty strong. Mixed with that Violet Leaf. I'm assuming that Cedarwood is in the base notes, so I might not see that for a little while, but it hits above its weight class. Sometimes you just have a fragrance that you're like, there's no way. Like there's where's the rest of the money that I'm supposed to be spending on this? And that's it. So that I think actually is still at TJ Maxx, and I like it. If I didn't have all these other ones, I'd probably be rocking if I had $15 and that's it. I might be rocking that. Alright, we got 4 more fragrances to finish out this section, and they are all from the same line, and that line is Contra, A. Marshalls, and TJ Maxx. You can find these guys, and I'll start off with a year ago, maybe even more, I found my first Contra. And it's this guy right here. It's called Men Only Intense. You can't find this guy anymore. I think this was the very first one that they did. They did this one. And this is a clone of Givenchy's Gentleman. I cannot find this guy anywhere. So I think I got lucky and got it while I could. And I do like these. It's an eau de parfum concentration. I do like the bottles, nice. I thought it was a little bit fruitier than Gentleman, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not the biggest fan of Gentleman, so I might not be the best to ask. super musky, a little bit of that leather in the base, and woodsy, masculine fragrance, and Gentleman is also quite chill and subdued, and this one's not. It's there to, it's single and ready to mingle, as the saying goes. This next one, you've already seen another clone of this. This is called Pharos. And this is the, I think, most recent Contra release. Maybe. It's one of them, I think. Maybe not. And this is a clone of Parfum de Marly's Pegasus. And if that sounds familiar, it's because we've already done a fragrance clone of that. Armo Craze was a clone of Pegasus, and this guy is a lot more chill than that. I've heard some people say that Craze gives him a migraine. It's very strong, and I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Craze is strong. This is not. It's a very good, loyal clone. It smells just like it. But you're not gonna get that migraine that you are with Craze. Craze is just, it's not everyone's cup of tea because of how strong it is. And Pegasus, I guess I should explain what it is. It's complex, it's rich, it's fruity, sugary, powdery, all in the same vibe. You have some notes in there that are rich and complex. You have some floral depth to it. It's masculine, it's mysterious, if that helps. Now we have yet another latent clone, and it's Contra's Royal. I was so excited when I saw this. When I was looking up more latent clones, I saw Contra, and I was like, shoot, I know Contra. And I was like, man, I don't know how I'm gonna get that. And so I went to TJ Maxx, I think 3 of them. Not looking for this specifically, just kind of looking around, and there it was. And I'm like, well, look at that. They had 2 of them. This is amazing. I put it right on par with Detour Noir for sure. These are $15 fragrances. If you get them at TJ Maxx. I don't know if that's focusing. Is that focusing? I think so. I think it focused. Maybe just for the briefest of seconds. I would not pay $50 for these, which they can go for online, but for $15, it's a no-brainer. It really is. This one has a little bit more woodsiness, but it does have that strong sort of mentholated opening that Latent has, so I already think it's better than the alt clone. I'm really excited and happy about that. In fact, if I find another with the cap, because that's the problem, some of these guys don't have caps. I have 3 that already have caps. If I get one that doesn't have a cap, it's just gonna drive me crazy. I might buy a backup, I'm not sure. D2 Noir is pretty cheap. Latent clones are pretty cheap right now. So, I've been getting really lucky with these. I know that there are 4 of them, and somehow every TJ Maxx or Marshalls that I went to had the one that I didn't already have, except for this one. And I went to TJ Maxx, and they just put out an entire row of them, like 10 of them, the one that I needed. And this is Contra's For You, and this is a clone of Stronger With You by Armani. crazy when I find a scent that I love at TJ Maxx. And it's already been sprayed and sprayed and sprayed. Oh, on my nose. I love Armani's Stronger With You. I love it. I did a video where I went to try out Le Parfums myself, Parfum, and I sprayed Stronger With You next to it because I feel like they give off the same vibe, and Stronger With You outperformed it, implicitly destroyed it. What are you getting? You're getting booziness, you're getting richness, sweetness, undertones. You're getting a luxurious, desserty kind of chocolatey vibe, almost like an Uomo by Ferragamo. You're getting just a sweet, boozy scent. If I could pick my perfect scent, it would be this. It would be this profile, which is why I'm so grateful that I was recommended Rassi's 8-bar. I still have it here. I'm so grateful because incredible fragrance by the fireplace, incredible. Just, I love these types of notes. Just love, adore them, adore them. So, anyways, that's what we got on the second shelf. Let's keep going. Okay, this next round is going to be I guess you could call it top shelf. My top shelf fragrances. These are the ones that I hesitate to use the term daily driver because still some of these guys, I might only spray once a month or maybe even less than that, but these are the fragrances that I have decided are top tier. To me personally, this is very subjective, but starting off, we have the three boys of the Aqua de Gio line. We have Borholm. And this is, of course, the Aqua de Gio that you are all familiar with. And 80s fragrance, 25 notes, aquatic, sea notes, salty, very, very good. Then we have the Eau de Parfum. Overall, the Eau de Parfum did not get stellar ratings or feedback. The original came out in the 80s, and this came out, I think, in 2022 or 23. Now, the interesting thing about this one is that it was actually made by the son of the original designer, and it's not bad, but I said this in a previous video where I talked about this fragrance. It cuts so many of those notes, but it keeps the salty notes, and whenever you cut everything out and just have the salty notes, it kinda just smells like sweat, and I think that's what people don't like about it. Next, the pinnacle, the epicenter, the best of the Aqua de Gios. This is the Profumo. Armani, you all are absolute fools for discontinuing this. Absolute fools. The best of Aqua de Gio, and also the best of colognes, fragrances. I think it's one of the best fragrances of all time. Magnetic cap. You got sea notes, frankincense, and patchouli. Simple. Incredible. They have the parfum, and I don't know who I was watching, but they were trying out the parfum, and they go, well, it's similar to the Profumo. It's not. I don't know what they were smoking. It is not. There's nothing like the Profumo. Okay, this is a recent pickup, and this is called Intense Oud, Amir Al Oud by Lattafa. This is very sweet smelling note, and it works well. But again, you have to be thinking about, do I want to wear something that is so divisive? And wear a lot of that by the fireplace. You have that gourmand food, marshmallow kind of vibe. You don't really have that here. And so I think for people who expected by the fireplace, that's why they're disappointed. And they have a reason to be. If that's what they were expecting, they have a reason to be disappointed, because it's not that. It's not that, but you know what? I like it. And I don't view it as a clone of By the Fireplace. I view it as heavily inspired by. It's kind of like the Hobbit movies. You know, you can't look at them and say, oh, the Hobbit movies are the book, right? Reincarnate. You have to say they're totally different, and then you can start to appreciate it, and that's what I had to do here. Next. Up next we have YSL's Myself. This is the Eau de Parfum. They never released an EDT, it was just Eau de Parfum and then Parfum, which are two totally different fragrances. One of the fragrances that got me back into collecting. I think it's wonderful, but it's simple and it's expensive and it's not worth it. Clearly a very high quality fragrance. You have the bergamot and the freshness and a bit of that patchouli in the base. It's not the reinvention of the wheel whatsoever. It actually doesn't introduce much new, but what it does simply, and it does well. And I, for one, don't know if I would pay $160 for it, but I did then, and maybe when Le Parfum comes down a little bit, I'll pick that up, but in no way is that worth $180. No way, in no world, and in no way is that worth it. Up next, I have a bit of a flanker, and I actually use this quite a bit, but I might downgrade it to a second shelf, because I don't know if I like it as much as I used to, and it's Dark Blue by Hugo Boss. There's nothing wrong with it. It's kind of like the blues fragrance. Like, are you ever tired of having a blues fragrance and you're like, this is boring, it's the same thing over and over again. Aquatic notes, fruitiness, we get it. This is not your average blues fragrance. Instead, what it is a complex blues base, but it has some of those deeper notes that you would never find, and a pungent pungency to it. What was the other one we were talking about? It was the Eclat by Darpej earlier. That kind of reminds me of this, not the scent profile as much as just reinventing the wheel, doing something a little bit outside of the norm. I'm sticking by it. I think it's really good. It has a floral notes, but it has some super spicy fruit notes, and that's what the majority of it is. This next one is going to be my favorite clone of Tobacco Vanille. I have quite a few, and there's quite a few good ones out there. This is not the best one objectively. This is just the one I like the most, and it's Tobacco Touch. As a whole, Maison Alhambra does a great job with these Tom Ford fragrances. Now, if you're not familiar with Tobacco Vanille, well, we already talked about it, but, you know, it's very much tobacco, vanilla, and some spice. What this guy does is it goes a little bit heavier on the vanilla and puts in some sweetness to it. Bit of sugary notes, and just makes it a little bit sweeter. Now, the performance on this guy is crazy. I've gotten 3 days of spraying it on a jacket or a hoodie, and it stayed. It's unbelievable, it really is. And honestly, it's very similar to, you'll see a fragrance in a little bit called Hunter Killer, and that is red tobacco with a bit of a twist, more sweetness, more fruity notes, less tobacco. I feel like when people don't like tobacco vanille, it's because they don't like the tobacco. This calms it down a little bit, and I like it. More power to them. A great fall fragrance and a winter fragrance. Wonderful, wonderful. This is Dunhill Custom, and Dunhill being an English fragrance company. This is an absolute flanker that nobody knows about. I think people know about Dunhill, but for some reason this is just not popular fragrance. So what are you getting with Dunhill Custom? Well, you're getting some booziness, some spiciness, and some oakiness, almost like bourbon or scotch. My biggest complaint with this guy, and this is a house fragrance, by the way, this is what I wear around the house in fall, winter time. My biggest complaint is just its performance. It doesn't last that long, but I think it's like $10-11, so it doesn't really need to. Just apply it more frequently. This next one you all need no introduction to. We got Dior Sauvage, or as people like to say, Savage. I don't know what happens to these bottles, man. This bottle's like old and gross looking, and you can see the juice is less than halfway done, so now I guess I just have an old gross looking bottle, but I don't know why. It looks nasty, the bottle, but all in all, Sauvage, you're getting a fruity, inoffensive, soapy kind of fragrance. And I guess I forgot to mention, Sauvage was my fragrance. Sauvage was my fragrance in undergrad. That was my fragrance, and like millions of others, cringe college boys, is my fragrance of choice. And Acqua di Gio was my fragrance of choice in grad school. And I think there's never been a better time to wear Acqua di Gio, because it's one of the best fragrances of all time, and no one wears it anymore. It's not popular, but it's timeless. It's not popular, but it's timeless, and those are two combinations I love. This next one, it's hilarious that this shares the stage with Sauvage. This is from the House of Mancera, and this is red tobacco. I really hope that this bottle doesn't get all gross like my Sauvage bottle got. I'm not gonna spray this because this is such a powerful, powerful fragrance, and this is not even the intense version. This is the regular version, which is eau de parfum concentration, 4 ounce eau de parfum concentration. Gorgeous, gorgeous bottle, gorgeous bottle. And I can't spray it because it has such a good performance that it will drown out everything else. I won't even know what's going on by the time all is said and done. So it is tobacco, and then you have red notes. So tobacco, red notes, and those red notes come in and sweeten everything up, and it's very good. It's very, very good. So up next we have R2 in Unison of Cameras from the House of Lattafa. say enough good things about it. These are both influenced by Angel Share by Killian, but Qua has these underlying fruitiness, booziness, almost like a butterscotch and brandy. It's sweet. It's much sweeter. It almost has like, when I first tried it, it gave me Brandy on the Rocks, which is also by Killian, but when it settles down, it's just a sweeter version of Angel Share. So it's not Brandy on the Rocks, apple brandy on the rocks, but it's good. And you have the original. And how in the world could anybody hate Gamra? How? It's spicy, it's boozy. The difference between this and Qua, and it's not 100% Angel Share. I don't think it tries to be. It tries to be better, it tries to be different, and I think it does in some cases, but this one in particular, it starts off boozy and spicy, and you also have that sort of vanilla in the base. There's no fruit, and it's not sweet like Qua is. This is much more like Angel Share. It's a gorgeous fragrance that I get excited that I have in my collection every time I look at them, and $25-$30, that's it. It's incredible value. You'll see in my top shelf fragrances that I have some designer fragrances, and this is one of those. This is why. And this is why Eau de Parfum Intense. I just tried White Elixir yesterday, and I was blown away by how good it was. That geranium, and it lasted forever, 6-7 hours. Of course, also it's $200 for 2 ounces. And Why Men is gonna be your quintessential. If Sauvage was masculine, it has that fruitiness on the opening, but it's rich and complex. It has more of those base notes that lend itself to be more masculine, a little bit soapy, but a phenomenal fragrance that always gets compliments. This next one is from Fragrance World, and this is Suits. This is the first YSL's tuxedo clone that I tried, and we talked about Mustache earlier. This does it better than Mustache. Mustache is more chill, but I will say I tried Mustache in a group of 3 others, and Mustache kicked all the rears. I mean, it was bad. Mustache cleaned up in the best possible way. Suits, though, very pungent, very in your face, unapologetic, and also more powdery for sure than Mustache. Lends itself well to formal events, and about the same price. It took me quite a while to track down Suits, because for a while there they were not making it, and then they brought it back. Bentley for Men, Intense. The, I guess, last of our car fragrances. Super cool looking bottle. Again, I cannot understand or reciprocate people who say car fragrances are awful. They're not. This alone proves that they're not. A great fragrance. A little spicy and a little bit more pungent, and you have kind of like a new car thing. It's like a little bit of sweetness, maybe a little bit of fruitiness, but then like a new car smell. ways to bring it back and just super clean. My only complaint is that it just does not perform the way that I would want it to. And to be quite honest, I think, is it an eau de parfum or EDT? So it's an eau de parfum, so it should perform better than it does, but going up against the cameras, it can't hold a candle whatsoever. This one was actually a suggestion that I am so glad I picked up, and this is Trussardi Riflesso. So you can see I've used a bit there. Again, that's very uncommon for me to run my bottles down. This one I think is actually backup bottle worthy. It's a little bit more expensive, like $35-40. And this is kind of like Trussardi's take on La Nuit de l'Homme. It's very powdery, it's fresh, it's fruity. You can definitely get that orange citrus kind of notes in it. It's something that it's a date fragrance. It really is. Nighttime fragrance, date fragrance. I wore it going and performing at my orchestral concerts. This is what I wore it for. But would not hesitate to bring this guy out on a date, and I think it would perform really well, if you know what I mean. And I think you do. This next one is stuck. The atomizer's actually a little loose. It's not leaking. Weird. This is Burberry Brit. When I was younger, I asked for Burberry, as you saw earlier, and I got this. And luckily I ended up loving it, and I think it's actually better than regular Burberry. This performance and projection monster. Whatever you do, do not buy this at Amazon or the big box stores. Get yourself onto the discounters, because this is a $30 fragrance on the discounters and a $100 fragrance on Amazon. What you have here is almost like a green Irish tweed kind of opener, not the notes necessarily, just the freshness and sort of the green tweed fabric kind of notes. Almost like a fruity fabric softener, if that makes sense. It's really difficult to describe this guy. I do fairly well with trying to pick up notes, but also, like, nobody cares. I don't think. You don't care if there's violet instead of lily. You don't care if there's Italian bergamot and not regular bergamot. Like, you just want to know if it's good, where you can wear it, and where you can buy it. That's it. And so I think I would have to look up some specific notes. I think there's some funky stuff going on there, but it's real good, real good. This next one we have Fakar. And this is Gold. A fingerprint magnet by Latafa. That's what it should have been called. And I just wore this about a week and a half ago and loved it. Did not perform as good as I would have wanted to. I had Kwa on from the night before and got up to leave the house and still smelled straight up like Kwa. And I'm like, well, it's like 80 some degrees and I want to smell like Kwa, so I ended up spraying this. And this is a clone of Paco Rabanne's 1 Million Parfum, and it's a good clone. A good clone. It has this incredible sort of citrus sweet blast in the opener, and kind of just stays friendly, stays energetic. This is a party kind of cologne. This is unisex fragrance, but definitely vibes masculine for the $20 or whatever that they're asking for this. It's an absolute no-brainer, and I think they might only have one more, and it's of the Fakar line, and it's for women, and I actually have it. I just haven't unboxed it yet, and that's supposed to be a clone of It by Givenchy, and one of my favorite fragrances, one of my favorite perfumes of all time. I love it. Landed it. Okay. But I do have the other Fakar here, and this is the first Fakar that I tried. Fakar Silver, and this is a clone of YSL's YEDT or EDP. Not what I just showed you. It's not the intense version or anything like that, and this is not a perfect clone. This is much more aquatic. It's more blues. It's friendlier. The original Y-Man and the EDT was much friendlier, and I'm not gonna go down that rabbit trail. That's a huge pet peeve of mine, that you have fragrances being released under the same line, and they're all different. EDT, EDP, and Parfum, all different notes, to where you can't even smell them and recognize them from being in the same line. And this is one of those situations. The EDT from Zeno was very sweet, aquatic, bluesy kind of fragrance. Only with the Eau de Parfum and the Parfum and those ones, did it ever get any kind of complexity, richness, and those are the ones I typically gravitate towards. But Fakar is a good clone of the EDT, which is why it's fresh and fruity and light. Okay, let's keep going. This is another one that also needs no introduction, and this is Versace's Eros. Probably one of the coolest bottles and all of fragrances, you know. Cool. Love that Versace emblem, that logo. And this fragrance is just a party fiend. It's a party animal. It's nothing. This is the EDT, which I think the worst version. The Eau de Parfum is probably the best, and the Parfum is just very, very blended. I always prefer EDPs to Parfums. Parfums are too light. They're too blended. They're too perfect, I guess. You want there to be a little bit of that pungency. I want to be able to pick out those notes. But what you have here is just a super party scent. It's not like it's flankers at all. It has a fairly typical breakdown in the notes. A little herba pura vibe-esque of fruitiness, citrus coming off the base, and it stays playful, stays fun. A little powdery, a little sugary. Detour Noir. This is my favorite clone of Leighton, and the reason why it's my favorite is because it just crosses all the boxes, checks all the boxes. It's only $20-some, and it gets me there, and it smells good, projects well, and it lasts 3 or 4 hours. I like Al Haramain, and this is Al Haramain too, but I like Al Haramain Blue Exclusive that you saw earlier, but it's expensive. As I said earlier, it is just, or used to be before Parfums de Marly upped their price again, or the discounters did. It used to be the same price as the actual Leighton. So I just started using Detour Noir, and that's still what I go with more than anything else. From the house of Armo, this is Très Nuit. the strangest bottles. This is a clone of Green Irish Tweed, and a good clone of Green Irish Tweed. It takes away the spicy notes of Green Irish Tweed, which I find distracting. I don't really care for them that much, and it just puts in sweetness, sweet notes. I think it's better than Green Irish Tweed, but that is a personal opinion. That's it, period. Some people probably will miss that spiciness of Green Irish Tweed, and not me. I like it that better. Now we have our 2 Valentino fragrances. Probably some of the coolest looking bottles. This is Born in Roma. Born in Roma. Even as I said it, I knew that was wrong. This is Yellow Dream, the worst name for fragrance in the history of fragrances. You have a very sweet, almost gourmand kind of ginger note that when it dries down projects and smells strongly of kind of gingerbread a little bit. I think more of a playful, lighter gingerbread, but a gingerbread nonetheless. And I think that's what people get when they check this guy out. But again, the worst name of all time, Yellow Dream. I've heard that it was discontinued, but I can't help but feel like sometimes these fragrance companies say that their stuff is discontinued or discontinuing just to drive up sales. I think that's what they do. This next one is again from Valentino, and this is Born in Roma Intense. Born in Roma Intense has a similar vibe as Paco Rabanne. It checks off the same boxes as Halloween Man, but for much more money. And it starts off very strong citrus, powdery playfulness. They market this as like a party fragrance. I do not like that. I think this is a good date night fragrance. Women like it because it's playful and unisex. Sweet, syrupy almost. And overall, just a great fragrance. Next we have from Coach Green. Coach Green is an interesting fragrance. Very unique. It has an opening note of kiwi, which is, unless you have a fragrance that just says like green fruit, in that case, yeah, you might have kiwi, but this is the first time that I've seen kiwi be the star of a fragrance. I used to think it didn't perform or project well, and then I wore it about a month ago, and it lasted me like 6 hours, so I don't know what to think anymore. All I know is it's a great fragrance, and I love it. And from that same line, Platinum, Coach Platinum. This is an interesting fragrance. I just featured it in my top 10 office scents because it's a very inoffensive, calm fragrance, but also packs a bit of a punch. I'm not gonna lie, it packs a bit of a punch. And I liked it, and I like it more and more the more it macerates. It has sort of some metallic opening, but it sits down to be something that's masculine, powdery, and just not sweet, but just confident man fragrance. Another one from the house of Hugo Boss, and this is just Hugo. It comes in this twist-off cap. The first time I sprayed this, I'm glad I was sitting down, about knocked me off my feet. Such an over-the-top smelled this the first time. It's a blues fragrance. It's fresh. It's dad scent approved. As it sits, it stays woodsy and it stays sweet. It is your manly man fragrance. It lasts well, projects well, and it lasts pretty good time. So I'm happy with it. I think it's a good pickup. We've seen this house before and we're gonna see it again. This is from the house of Mont Blanc. And this is, I think, one of the coolest names in all of fragrances. And it's Starwalker. I can cheat on this one because this is the tester, so I can look right at it and see what it is. Opener, pink pepper and star anise, sandalwood and cedarwood, and the mids, and then amber musk in the base. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's college, younger person fragrance, but perhaps another office fragrance. I mean, it's not super offensive. It's not a projection monster. It's just good, solid fragrance. From the house of Mont Blanc. Individual, another tester. Mint, bergamot in the opener, lavender, geranium, and then sandalwood and vanilla in the base. I don't know where it comes in, but it has a bit of a gourmand, kind of chocolate vibe to it as well. Individual, not individual, individual. If I had to pick between the two, I'd definitely say individual, but they're interesting fragrances because I didn't really care for them the first time I tried them, but they do kind of grow on you, but they're not, I don't want to say they're not memorable, because they're memorable. They're not those gotcha, like, oh, you wouldn't believe what so-and-so was wearing. It's the craziest thing I've ever smelled. That's not those. That's not your fragrance if you're looking for that. Up next, from the House of Clinique, we have Happy from Men. Got this because the price was right. I didn't know what to expect. I think the perfume does a lot better sale-wise than the men's fragrance, and what you're looking at is exactly like what it looks like. What you get, what you see is what you get. Right from the first spray, you're getting this huge hit of orange, tangerine, citrus, happy, energetic. This is your gym cologne. This is your bright and early in the morning, fresh, energetic kind of fragrance. And it does develop a little bit, but it stays consistent. It's a good fragrance, what can I say? It's not really something that I gravitate towards, kind of the opposite of what I gravitate towards. I gravitate towards, the Camras, rich complex, but you can't wear Camra year round, in summer and spring, and then also you don't wear Camra to like the gym and stuff, so it is activity specific, and that fulfills something that, sometimes you need that. From the house of Rassi, we have Rassi Awas. Rassi Awas is a powdery blue, almost like licorice is what I'm getting, kind of like a licorice blue aquatic fragrance. It has a bit of a depth to it. It's not your typical blues fragrance. It's not a clone of anything. It is Rassi's happy-go-lucky spring summer fragrance. It's a great pickup. I'm surprised I've used that much. That's shocking, but for some reason, and I don't know why they do this, Rassi has a way of buying bottles that are bigger going to fill it with, and when you get it, it looks like it's already down. And maybe they do this because for shipping, heat and cold contracts the glass, makes it bigger, smaller, tighter, and maybe that is a way that they can actually limit down the kind of leaking, seepage kind of stuff that you would expect to see in shipments. Maybe, maybe not. Up next, we got Replica. And this is by the fireplace. Already briefly mentioned it before with the Latafa fragrance I talked about. This is the OG. I had no idea what. I watched a YouTube video one time with this guy trying to explain by the fireplace and did one of the worst jobs I've ever seen. He said, by the fireplace it smells smoky. I'm like, okay, so it smells smoky. It smells, alright, let's try it. And when I got it, it was nothing like the picture he painted. Which was good, because I don't like smoke. I've seen a couple fragrances that are just straight up like liquid smoke. And they're awful. The kind of smoke that you find in Invictus as the base. Instead, thank goodness, what you get with By the Fireplace is a gourmand kind of marshmallow, toasted marshmallow kind of vibe, sweet, savory. I wish it was fall all year round for more ways than one, but if it was, I'd be rocking By the Fireplace all the time. Go into Sephora, they have replicas there. Now we have 3 fragrances from the same line, and this is from the Armo Hunter line. And this is quite simply Hunter. Now this, I learned from one of my subscribers that this is a clone of Lacoste. Lacoste, is it Lacoste White or just Lacoste for men? I don't remember which one. This one kind of knocks your socks off. This is pungent, floral, and fresh. This is for men, but very much is a unisex type of fragrance. Powdery, fresh, sweet, floral though, very floral. This next one is my favorite, and this is Hunter Killer. And this right here is a heavily inspired by red tobacco. Heavily inspired by red tobacco. A beautiful, beautiful fragrance. A beautiful fragrance that takes much more pride in its sweetness and less in its tobacco notes. Much more sweet, much less tobacco, and I think it works well. But you can still tell, it has that same DNA, and red tobacco being $80 to $120, this being $20 if you can find it. It's probably the most uncommon one, harder to find. But I have gotten compliments on this one because it leaves a scent trail, let me tell you. And the last one that I have, there's another one, but I don't have it. This is Hunter Intense. And this is supposed to be kind of like a Sauvage type fragrance that take it or leave it. It's definitely my least favorite. But whenever I find a fragrance that I really, really I have to, especially if they are within reasonable price, I have to collect all of them in that line. So that's what I did with the Hunter line because I liked Red Tobacco that much, or the Hunter Killer. Next, I talk a good game with By the Fireplace. I've actually used this replica fragrance even more, and this is Jazz Club. The reason being is because By the Fireplace, it's gotta be cold outside. It's gotta be Jazz Club. No, it's a Four Seasons kind of fragrance. It is boozy, but not in the way that you're used to. It's like mixed drinks. And we're about ready to go into a couple fragrances that have mixed drinks as top notes. This is supposed to remind you of a jazz club, martinis, mixed drinks, fruitiness, sultriness, a little bit of smoke in there. I tell you, it's cloying, a little bit cloying, but it is good. It is good. It is good. And I can't say that it's not. Up next, I've had this guy for almost a year, and I don't think I've worn it once. Man. And this is Azaro from the House of Azaro. It's the most wanted eau de parfum intense. One of the coolest bottles in the game. It's a revolver cylinder. And, you know, this is very similar to your Y-Man kind of fragrance. It's trying to achieve the same vibe. It's trying to achieve masculine, you know, manly, woodsy, but also to be sweet, but more than anything, to be confident, to say, yeah, I know who I am, I'm good, I smell good, and, you know, it does that. Why I have not worn it, I don't know. It's a little bit soapier than Y-Men, and so I think it's just guilty of being similar enough to Y-Men that I prefer Y-Men, and so I grabbed that instead of the most wanted. But Azaro runs sales at Black Friday, and they'll cut their prices by like 40%. So if you want to pick up an Azaro fragrance, be on the lookout for the Black Friday events. This next one is a series that will take us to the end of the top shelf fragrances. Almost. I bring in a couple more I forgot to put in, but from the House of Halloween, one of my favorite designers, J. Jesus Del Pozo. This is Shot. This is Shot. And if you want to see more of a breakdown in these fragrances, I did a video all about it, just talking about Halloween fragrances, these Halloween fragrances, so go check that out. I posted it right, 3 weeks ago at this point. So, Shot. One of its cooler looking bottles, I think. This is more of its mysterious kind of date night fragrance, musky, powdery, a little bit. It's not my favorite. I'll be real with you, it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite Halloween fragrance. And for some reason, I thought that it was one of the most recent, but it's not. It's actually one of the first. From the House of Halloween still, we have Hero. First time I tried Hero, I did not like it. And I'll tell you, Halloween, no matter which one it is, it opens up hard. It has a super pungent, super fragrant, super aromatic opening. And the first time I sprayed this, I was like, oh my goodness. This has a gorgeous, gorgeous fruity it's got a bit of that sugary sweetness in there. It's got maybe, this is one of those that I think, might even have kiwi in there. It just got a couple of different fruit notes. And you know what? It's difficult to make a fruity fragrance also smell sophisticated and complex. And I'll tell you, fragrances like Happy for Men by Clinique, they don't hit it. They don't even try. Somehow, Halloween Hero was able to make a fruity fragrance that was also complex. Its biggest crime, downfall, whatever you want to call it, is just the fact I don't really like those types of fragrances, but that's it. So let's move on with our Halloween. Now you will notice just a great deal of consistency with Halloween in the way it presents itself. Its opening notes, its strength and projection, and its bottles. All the bottles look the same. This next one is the original, and this is Halloween Man. You can't see it too good, but it is purple. This is perhaps the one, if you're going to say any of them are rather unoriginal, this would be it. Because this borrows heavily from that Paco Rabanne's 1 million DNA, which I already told you earlier reminds me a lot of Born in Rome Intense, and I'm sticking to it. It does. It smells a lot like it. It's got that freshness, the powderiness, the unisex sort of potpourri type of perfume kind of fragrance. It's light, it's airy, it's playful, very playful. And quite frankly, probably the best Halloween, even though it was the first. They did go on to create some great ones though, and one of them is X. This Halloween Man X is certainly one of my favorites. And this fragrance has an underlying notes of coffee and tonka beans and the power of macerating. When I first got this, I was like, I can't tell the difference between this and all the other Halloween fragrances. I was nose blind and I didn't give it time to sit. And now, right from the get-go, that's what I'm getting. I'm getting that huge whiff of the coffee and the tonka bean. And an underlying sweetness that powers it. Definitely do not sleep on this fragrance. I will say I like it a little bit less now that it's macerated, because I don't like coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker. So now that the coffee is more front and center, I actually like it less, but it's still a great fragrance. This is Rock On, and Rock On, I believe, was their second release. This one is, we've been over this in this video, the red fragrances are either strawberry cherry notes or they are very spicy. This really isn't either. It's kind of a little bit of both. But when you compare it to Halloween Man and X, it just falls flat. It's not a bad fragrance, and if I bought it standalone, I'd probably be happy with it, but not compared to all the heavy hitters you got in here. And the same thing can be said for the last one, which is Mystery. Mystery was the last release that they have, and quite frankly, I just can't really smell it. I'm kind of nose blind to it, which is why I have it just sitting there macerating, hoping that one day I can appreciate it more. But the projection, the sillage, everything about it, I just can't really It's disappointing. Disappointing. Alright, now, final three. From the house of Latafa, we have the Bidet Al-Oud line. I have all of them. I have all four, but one of them I haven't opened yet. It's actually the most common, was the black one. This is Amethyst. Amethyst is not good. This is a fragrance clone of Initio. And quite frankly, I don't like Initio. I don't know what I thought about this, getting this, but I don't like this either. It's too niche for me. A lot of just weird profiles, notes. Not a fan. The second one is called Sublime. And Sublime is just a straight up apple fruit note. I heard this, I don't know if this is true, the source was questionable, but I heard that apples don't have any kind of oil or anything, so if you're gonna make an apple fragrance, it has to be synthetic, and that's the only downside and downfall of this fragrance right here, is it is so synthetic smelling, but maybe it's gotten better. Let's see. Oh wow, it has actually. When I first got it, it was harsh, and I really liked it because I liked the apple and the uniqueness, but this now has kind of a spiced apple cider kind of vibe that I really like. Where I am right now, it is still getting up to mid-80s. It's mid-November and it's 80-something degrees. In Celsius, that would be around 27, 28 degrees Celsius hot. It has not cooled off at all, but I would have loved to have had that in October when it was supposed to be cool, and a nice spiced apple. It does a really good job, but it needed some time. When I first got it, it was so artificial, synthetic smelling. The last fragrance. I have shown hundreds of fragrances on this video, and that's not even my entire collection. I wanted this video to be like 6.5 hours. It's not even my entire collection. I also wanted to leave some room for growth so I could beat it and do another video and beat it. I still have an entire box of 50, 60, 70 fragrances that I haven't even unboxed yet. But this is it for this video. This is it. The last fragrance, and it's a good one. From the house of Bidet Al-Oud, or from the house of Latafa. From the line of Bidet Al-Oud, it is Honor and Glory. This and Camera were my very first Latafa fragrances. Which is kind of funny because they might be the best. This is one of those two-hitter quitter kind of fragrances. If you spray this 3 or 4 times, take it into your own hands. This is a strong projection monster. Honor and Glory is a gourmand pineapple brulee. Burnt pineapple sweetness, sugary, complex vanilla. Delightful, really good. That's actually calmed down quite a bit. I saved that too for the fall and the winter fragrance time of the year. Really good. So, man, I don't even know what to say. What do you say after 6-something hours of fragrances? I hope you all enjoyed this. As I said, this is not all of them, but this is all of them that I have unboxed and ready to go. I do have some decants, but maybe I'll put them in the next one. The decants are the big save those for the next one. But other than that, thank you all. I'm glad you're all here with me in my first incredibly long video, the longest video I've ever made by far. And hope you all found it relaxing, enjoyable, and if you made it this far, thank you. If you want to know more about these fragrances, stick around, because either I've talked about them before or talk about them in the future. Go check out my other videos. There's a lot